And so Daedalus said to the boy, "Let me warn you, Icarus, to take the middle way. In case the moisture weighs down your wings if you fly too low, or if you go too high, the sun scorches them. Travel between the extremes."
I wanted to trust Ford. I tried, but there's just too much damning evidence against him. Sad crying face.
I still don't trust him. How can we? We still don't know how closely he's working with Bill, just that he obviously still is.
Is it possible that the alien security bot attack was set up by Ford to test Deborah to give him the confidence he needed to leave Mabel?
Friendly reminder that we still don't know how the rift cracked in the first place, and I'm still not convinced that Ford didn't crack it himself. Hashtag why? Because he wanted to play hero.
Deborah suddenly and without warning decided that he wasn't returning home, after Ford basically pestered him into staying. Massaged that boy's ego raw. Ford is trying to rip Deborah away from her.
Ford, my biggest regret is letting Bill into my mind. Me. Okay, sure, that was definitely something you should regret, but that's your biggest regret? Not, watching your twin brother got disowned, closing the curtains on him, and not talking to him for 10 years? Feelings!
He just reminds me so much of this old friend of mine who was such an egotistical jerk.
Stop trying to justify Ford's actions in Deborah and Mabel versus the future. Just stop. Because you are wrong. Whatever you deluded yourself into believing about his intentions in that episode are incorrect.
Ford is evil.
Hashtag Ford, you are such an asshole. Hashtag asshole.
To be honest, I never trusted him much from the start.
I wish Ford would just kill himself.
Stanford Pines is the real villain.
Ford's a fucking monster. I think it's kind of creepy, TBH. There's no real excuse for showing us that unless they want us to hate him. A grown man should not be asking a child to keep a secret. It's a major red flag. I hate him already. Hashtag Bill is the author's pawn. Hashtag that's my theory.
The only time when I was ever told as a child to keep a secret from my sister was when my abuser told me to do so.
We're never going to agree on this. That's why I said it was my opinion. Well, Ford was right about one thing. I also wish Stan never turned on the portal.
The year was 2015, and the biggest moment in 2010's children's animation history was about to go down. If you've watched Gravity Falls or you've seen the other videos on this channel, then you know the whole deal. Sad old man, grandniece and grandnephew, fantastical adventure involving ghouls and monsters in the forest, a dream demon, and of course, a long-lost twin brother. Yada yada yada, you've heard it all before. While Dipper and Mabel were on that adventure, learning all of those lessons and all of that crap, the fandom was on a journey of its own, navigating the important questions like, just how mentally ill is that old man anyway? And which of our least favorite characters are we able to write a text post about regarding them being evil, irredeemable war criminals? Given the way I started this video, something I think is really important to establish is that Stanford Pines, as a character, was never meant to be a villain of the series. At least according to the way Alex Hirsch, the creator of Gravity Falls, talks about him in the DVD commentaries. But I think at the very least, he can be thought of as the most obviously flawed member of the Pines family. The closest thing to an antagonist that we can find within the Pines family, at least according to the fandom conversations that were happening around the time that the show aired. And make no mistake, the vast majority of the quotes that were read to you at the beginning of this video were from that era of the fandom, while the show was still running, and should provide a snapshot of how many of the fans felt about Ford at the time. Ford, along with Stan, emerged within the fandom as these singularly tragic figures in the Gravity Falls mythos. Stan's story is framed as that of a character who is obviously flawed and kind of messy. A character who ultimately, despite trying his best to do the right thing, gets handed a bad hand after bad hand after bad hand. But in Ford's case, many saw his tragedy as being a bit more self-inflicted. In Journal 3, and in many conversations with series creator Alex Hirsch, Ford is compared again and again to the mythical figure of Icarus. For those of you who skipped that English class and don't know, Icarus and his father Daedalus are trapped in a tower in a labyrinth. There is no real safe way for them to escape either on foot or by sea, and so Daedalus, an inventor, creates a way for them to escape through the skies. He crafts each of them a pair of wings made out of the feathers of birds that he catches outside of the window and wax from their candles. When he gives the wings to Icarus, he tells him the following: "Do not fly too low, because if you do, the waves of the ocean might catch you, and then you'll die in the ocean. But of course, don't fly too high either, because if you do, the heat from the sun will melt the wax in your wings, and they'll fall apart, and you will plummet down, and of course, you'll die in the ocean." And just as you would imagine from any kid, Icarus says, "Okay," and then immediately flies into the sun. He's lived for so long in that tower that when he finally gets a taste of freedom, he just wants to go straight towards the sun. Blinding, bright, beautiful. It's a story about ambitions and a story about hubris. Know your limitations. Don't aim too high. Don't aim too low either. Maybe just give the right amount of effort for the job and nothing more. But, of course, if you know Ford's story, a story about a man who is driven so hard to be great that he summons a demon, and with that demon's help, builds an interdimensional portal, a blindingly bright portal that he ultimately falls into, the metaphor is clear. Ford has flown too close into the sun. His ambition, his drive, his ego, his hubris is what led to the disaster that befell him. But even Icarus, for all of his hubris, is still sympathetic. In most tellings of the story, Icarus is like a teenager. And even for all of Icarus's faults and all of Icarus's ego and Icarus's, distraction by bright shiny objects in the sky, we don't want him to fucking die. And even if we want to say, hypothetically, that it's Ford's actions that led to his tragedies, that isn't the same thing as saying that he's a bad person, fundamentally evil, and a danger to children. Hubris isn't even that bad of a sin, guys. Look, it's 2024, there are white supremacists running for office. I'm fine with some hubris on the sin scale, okay? I think it's fine. Ultimately, I want this video to serve not only as a defense of Ford as a character that I really love, but also as a kind of retrospective look back at the kinds of Tumblr analyses that arose because of him. How did we get from this to all of this? After all, the fandom is seeing a bit of a resurgence now with the Book of Bill, and with that really exciting increase in fandom numbers, history is kind of repeating itself a little bit. Time is a flat circle, and I definitely see some of the same old points repeating. Like I said, most of the quotes that I read to you at the beginning of this video were from 2015 and 2016, but at least a handful of them were from last week or so.
Hi, Editing Hunter here. Just gonna say that I've been working on this video for over 2 years. I know that a couple of fan projects like video essays and Tumblr posts, etc. have sprung up recently in the fandom renaissance criticizing Ford, but this is as good a time as any to say this is not a response to any video, to any Tumblr post, to any tweet, to any fan. I've been in the Ford defense squad since there was a Ford to defend. This is not a targeted attack, I promise. Also, while I'm here, to reiterate, this video includes discussions of fictional abuse, non-fictional abuse, fandom drama, and some not safe for work humor from me, so this video is not aimed at children. I just want to repeat that, this is not aimed at children. If you are a child, leave.
So let's do it. Let's dissect the introduction of Stanford Pines, and the aftermath of his introduction within the fandom. Let's take a closer look at the inter-fandom war that played out, and the surprisingly personal nature of it. And, of course, let's untangle how fandoms analyze characters that they hate, and how I think they can do it in better ways. But if we're going to do that, we need to start at the beginning. Not with Not What He Seems when Ford first walks through the interdimensional portal, and not even with Time Traveler's Pig, the first episode that we technically get a glimpse of Ford. No. We need to talk about the beginning of the way that the fandom talked about Ford. We need to start with Mystery Trio. Theorizing of Ford existing, or at least a long-lost twin brother of Grunkle Stan existing, showed up earlier than one might think. I've seen some people claim that they started getting an inkling of the character existing as early as Season 1, Episode 2, Legend of the Gobblewinker, where we see the Stanley Mobile license plate on Stan's car. I'm not going to say that these claims are unlikely, but I definitely think that within the fandom, the bigger culprit that led to the Stan has a twin theory wasn't Legend of the Gobblewinker, but instead, Boys Crazy. In Boys Crazy, we see a flashback of a young Grunkle Stan that looks markedly different than the one that we saw earlier in the series in Time Traveler's Pig. This left the fandom with 3 options. Option 1, Stan's memories get a little bit hallucination-y at the end. And he's just kind of remembering him as a bit more buff and a bit more attractive than whatever this guy had going on. Option 2, the animators just kind of forgot how they drew him and gave him a slightly different design. Or maybe it's option 3. He has a long-lost twin brother who is stuck in an interdimensional portal? Maybe? Who's to say? Given some other clues, like, of course, the Stanley Mobile license plate, the handwriting on the deed to the shack matching the handwriting that we see in Journal 3, and, of course, that at this point, we knew that Stan was up to something in the basement, it didn't seem too outside the realm of possibility that something of that scale was possible. After all, Stan is not what he seems. The Stan has a twin theory was met with enthusiasm from just about everybody.
I am quite certain that the man seen in this image is none other than Stanford Pines.
Soon after, McGucket was introduced. No, not Old Man McGucket, but instead, Fiddleford had drawn McGucket, the young scientist who lost his mind working with the author of the journals. And thus, Mystery Trio was born. I do still want to give Mystery Trio its own video on this channel, but all y'all really need to know now is that as early as Season 1, theories began to emerge of the author as this science-driven, cryptid-obsessed, really one-track-minded guy. Someone who often got too involved in all this crazy science stuff to really care about his own safety. And, of course, the safety of his brother and his best friend. Or maybe his brother and his boyfriend? Or maybe his brother and his brother's boyfriend? Or maybe, if you don't want it to be too much of a sausage fest, him, his brother, his boyfriend, and his brother's girlfriend from New Jersey? But, when considering the hypothetical personality of this hypothetical man, and what might have led to the disappearance of Stan's long-lost twin brother, the most common headcanon that we got was that he would do anything to get to the secrets of the universe, including make a deal with Bill Cipher. Ideas were floating around this early that the author may have been in cahoots with Bill. Theories ranged from some kind of trickery being involved, like perhaps Bill possessed the author and forced him to walk through the portal, but didn't exclude the possibility that the author walked through the portal of his own volition, perhaps after a fight with Stan about not trusting Bill. In any version of this hypothetical, non-canon but heavily headcanoned argument between Stan and Ford that led to Ford's disappearance, I can't think of any version where the fault doesn't mostly lie with Ford. There isn't a version of Ford's disappearance that at least made big waves in the fandom that I could think of, where it's purely Stan's fault, or McGucket's, or anyone else's. Typically, it's Ford's. Before the audience even knew that he existed, it was heavily headcanoned that whatever happened to him, that either through stubbornness, or trickery, or a pure passion for cryptids and the supernatural, Ford was somewhat responsible for his own disappearance. And while Mystery Trio and this version of events isn't canon, of course, I do think that this is all worth mentioning in a video about the audience's relationship with Stanford Pines, because it indicated a trend that I think continues to this day. Because, of course, it was eventually revealed that Stan did have a long-lost twin brother. Oh my god! We were correct! The fandom went wild! Ford was revealed! And then... a hiatus? For 4 months, the fandom just kind of wrestled with their own craze, with their own shock, because holy shit, we were actually right? Alex Hirsch dropped this bombshell and then abandoned us to sit in our own filth while we waited for whatever happened next. It was godless times, those hiatuses. I saw things that made no sense. Strange ideas lived in the gaps between episodes. But what probably emerged most in those 4 months were the theories that we were not just meeting Grunkle Stan's long-lost twin brother, but that we were going to be meeting the main villain of the show. There were still questions about who the big bad was going to be, especially now that Gideon was thrown in actual adult prison. Who was it that was going to fill that gap? I mean, some people thought that it might be Bill Cipher, but at the same time, he'd only really appeared in, 2 episodes? But this guy? Someone with real, emotional, familial ties to one of our main cast. Someone who we just saw 4 months ago in the credits of Not What He Seems on the same swing set that we've already come to associate with the trauma hidden within Stan's mind. When you look at it that way, Ford being a primary villain doesn't seem too far-fetched. Just who was the mystery of the Mystery Shack? And could he be trusted? But hey, there were definitely some in the fandom who thought maybe Ford is gonna be a beloved new member of the cast, surely an ally to us all. As long as he doesn't do anything, immediately early on in A Tale to Stan's to dissuade the viewer of that, I'm sure we'll all get along swimmingly, and everyone will... Wait, what was that? He immediately punches Stan in the face?
Brother!
Whew. Okay. So, let's speed run through A Tale to Stan's, because, after all, I already did an entire 4-hour deep dive on A Tale to Stan's for this very reason. Yes, that video did shave off an entire hour off of this script. We can still summarize, right? He shows up, he punches Stan in the face, and then we find out that Stan did some minor identity theft, but hey, who among us hasn't stolen their twin brother's identity for 30 years? Y'all still think my real name is Hannah? Wild. And from there, we get the brutal backstory. Stan and Ford used to be besties back in the 60s in New Jersey. And Ford closes the curtain. Everything is bad, and everything is dumb, and these brothers don't understand one another. And Ford tells Stan that he wants his house back by the end of the summer? Stan, I can't stress this enough, paid off Ford's mortgage. The episode ends with Dipper and Mabel wondering what this means for their summer. Now, there is a lot of context missing from the explanation of A Tale to Stan's that I just ran through. But let's talk about the status of the fandom after A Tale to Stan's. Thus began the 2015 Stan Wars. The main point of contention at this point in the fandom wasn't even whether or not Ford was someone that the rest of the Pines family could trust, or even whether or not this impacted Dipper and Mabel's summer. It was whether or not Ford mistreated Stan from the 60s to the 80s, and whether or not he was a bad person because of it. They discussed Ford not stopping their father from kicking Stan out. They discussed Ford wanting to go to college in the first place. They discussed Ford wanting his house back at the end of this summer. But even aside from those big plot points, you gotta remember, we were Gravity Falls fans. We were already honed to look at the tiny details and speculate. Everything about this episode was torn apart and scrutinized. His body language and his tone. When he clutches the pamphlet here, is it because he's sad that his beloved twin brother Stan is kicked out? Or is he just callously upset about his precious school? Why did Ford only stop fighting with Stan in the basement when he saw the kids? Surely it couldn't be because he was surprised or because he didn't think fighting in front of children was a good thing. No. It must have been a manipulation tactic so that he could trick the kids into thinking he's a good person. But not us. We know better. Nuh-uh. And when Stan gets burned on his shoulder, yeah, Ford stops fighting and immediately stands up and asks if Stan's okay. But if he's a good brother, wouldn't he immediately run and grab the first aid kit? Wouldn't he immediately hold his brother in his arms and cry at the pain of knowing that he had caused him physical harm? Surely it doesn't matter that less than 5 seconds have passed here. Does that delay mean that he actually intended to hurt Stan purposefully? Is this just a game that Ford, who thinks of himself as the smarter twin, was playing against Stan, who he thinks of as stupid and lesser? How could anyone defend this monster? He's not just complicated, he's an abuser. Why are you defending an abuser? Do you like abuse? Do you, the Tumblr user reading this post, think that abuse is good, actually? How could you say that? Honestly, the only thing we can agree with Ford on is this. Stan never should have saved him. I'm not gonna act like every argument made against Ford when this episode ran was this cynical and in bad faith. Like, there's a lot of reasons to hate the things that Ford does in A Tale of Two Stans, and we'll dive into them. But I want to express that while watching this episode with everyone else on Tumblr, and of course watching the rest of the series, this was often the state of the fandom. It was a weekly game of reading Ford's micro-expressions, of interpreting them the way that you needed to defend your argument, either in his favor or against him. At least until the next episode. But I've talked enough about A Tale of Two Stans on this channel. Frankly, I'm fucking sick of it. Let's talk about how the fandom reacted to the rest of Season 2. I don't think it's controversial to say that of the faction of the fandom that engaged in the which twin was right, which twin was wrong discourse immediately after the airing of A Tale of Two Stans, at least the majority of them thought that Ford was the one in the wrong. Here's a look at a poll that I made well over a year ago when I first started production for this video, asking people what they, in retrospect, remember about this era, and which twin was the more hated one. The results speak for themselves. You might be saying, Hannah, I was on Tumblr in 2015-2016, and I didn't see any of this discourse on my dashboard. To which I would say, honestly, good for you. This probably means that you were following more well-adjusted people than me. But I'm telling you, man, I was there. I was in the trenches. I lived it. The theories that Ford was evil and had nothing but bad intentions only got stronger as the show went on. And that's honestly a little bit surprising considering that Ford had much more limited screen time in Season 2B of Gravity Falls than a lot of y'all might remember. Especially given how much his return to this dimension was meant to shake up the status quo. For a guy who'll supposedly change everything we know and understand, he sure spends a lot of time off-screen in his basement, jacking off to Nikola Tesla X-Spock fanfiction or whatever the fuck he was doing down there. What I want to do now is give you a rundown of how the fandom reacted to Ford throughout the rest of the season, week to week, month by month. I'm not going to fully describe the context between all of these scenes. I just want to talk about how the conversation changed, how people spoke about him. Because I'm not talking about your changing gut feelings episode to episode as you binge watch the show on Disney+. No, I'm talking about the conversations that lived in the week-long gaps, the post-hiatus brain scramble that existed in those spaces. Because I think that the culture of the fandom in between these episodes and the character analysis that lived within them did as much to influence how the fandom felt about Ford as the show itself. We'll start with Dee Dee and Morty. If the audience was going to regard Ford as anything other than a villain 1 episode after he punches Grunkle Stan in the face, this episode was going to have to do a lot of legwork. Something to bear in mind is that the last episode ended with Stan telling Ford to stay out of the kids' lives so that he doesn't put them in danger. Dee Dee and Morty immediately begins with Ford putting them in danger. I'm kidding. The kids don't seem to be in any more danger here than they are in, like, any given day that they go outside in Gravity Falls. The premise of the scene seems to be that Ford lost control of whatever sci-fi mystery weirdness he had going down in the basement.
Don't let it taste human flesh!
And then he chased it upstairs, through the elevators, and then burnt it to a crisp in the gift shop. Accidental crisis averted. Unless it wasn't an accident. In the week after this episode, people questioned if Ford actually lost control of the Cycloptopus, or if he was sitting, sinisterly waiting on the other end of the vending machine to set it loose on the children. He had to go up the elevator and a flight of stairs with this wrapped around his arm? But wait, when the vending machine door opens, it's already wrapped around his arm. It doesn't actually get loose until he hits it. Did he let it loose on purpose? Is that creature as dangerous as he claims that it is? Because if it is, then he's putting the children in danger. And if it's not, and he's lying about how dangerous it is so that he looks more badass in front of Dipper to try to influence his young, fragile mind, then he's manipulating them on purpose. Now, I won't pretend that this was the majority of people's reaction to the scene. A lot of us were just busy being smitten by the face that he makes right here. He's great. I love him. But there were definitely a group of fans that looked at this scene and attributed it to not only something purposeful, but sinister on Ford's part. This is going to be a running theme. Next we have the scene where Dipper falls through the ceiling. After Ford sees a 38-sided dice, he decides that he wants to play with Dipper. But wait, Ford, I thought you said that the road that you traveled was dangerous. Are you purposefully putting Dipper in danger? In the same scene, the Cycloptopus, with funny comedic timing, jumps on Ford's face. I thought you didn't want the Cycloptopus to taste human flesh. This just confirms that you were lying earlier. You're letting it suck you nope, that's not the right word choice. That's, am I gonna keep that in? I'm not a coward, I'm keeping that in. You are letting those tentacles suck you dry, Ford. But which one is it, Ford? Is it dangerous or not? And sure, by the end of the episode, Stan kind of gives his blessing for Dipper and Ford to hang out, and then the whole family goes together to watch Ducktective. But how does that episode of Ducktective end? It ends with Ducktective's long-lost twin brother shooting him in the face.
The only person clever enough to defeat Ducktective is... Ducktective! Oh! Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah!
You had a twin brother all along?
See? This is all clever foreshadowing on the part of the writers. They know that Ford is evil and they're leaving clever hints for us to catch on. You know, a lot of people took this as foreshadowing of the finale when Ford does actually shoot Stan in the face. Though I will say that Weirdmaggedon wasn't being written at this point. It was being written while they were still writing the last Mabel Cord. Though it is, I think, a kind of funny coincidence. And then, after watching Ducktective, Dipper goes downstairs to talk to Ford. And Ford admits that, yeah, they got kind of carried away playing the game, but it's just been a really long time since he had a friend. And then Ford reveals that he's dismantled the portal, but he's discovered something awful. A rift between time and space. And he doesn't trust a lot of people, so he tells Dipper to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone in the household. And no, this can't just be because he has trust issues or because he thinks it's dangerous and he doesn't know what'll happen if word gets out about it. It needs to be because... why would a grown adult tell a child to keep a secret? There's no good that could come of this. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of various other situations in which an adult might tell a child to keep something nefarious a secret. Yes, there were people on Tumblr who thought that this was an allegory for grooming. Not everyone felt this, but the posts about this got so much traction that you saw it everywhere. I mean, by the end of DD and Morty, all I felt was that Ford had kind of endeared himself to me. He was a massive fucking nerd, and he at least shows himself to be protective of the kids. He even threatens to shoot Weird Al in the head with a gun. That's kinda cool.
Your math is no match for my gun, you idiot!
Let's move on to the next episode, the Stanchurian candidate. There's only like 2 scenes with Ford, right? So it can't be that bad. In the first one, after Stan goes to the store after a morning of feeling really underappreciated, he comes home to realize that the light bulb that he tried to get is meaningless because Ford's already put a light bulb up. And it's a really cool sci-fi light bulb that makes your skin softer.
Does anyone see this? This is what a hero looks like right here.
Man, that must be really annoying for Stan, especially given the complicated feelings he has towards Ford right now. But obviously, this doesn't show anything nefarious on Ford's end. Unless Ford knew that Stan was trying to go get a light bulb, and he purposefully made the coolest light bulb that he could, just to make the kids think he's cooler than Stan. Yeah, people found a way to make the light bulb sinister. The only other scene with Ford in this episode is when he gives Dipper the mind control tie, and oh no, I can already hear the comments. What do you mean use it responsibly? That's a child. They're giving a child a weapon of mind control. What's wrong with you? Why are you conditioning Dipper to be as manipulative as you are? And also, wait, that mind control tie helped put Ronald Reagan in office? Do you like Ronald Reagan? Ford, are you responsible for the 1980s, 1990s AIDS crisis? If you're exhausted listening to this, I want you to imagine what it was like living through it. Again, I'm not going to act like this was every single post on the site. It wasn't. But these conversations of this caliber, were happening weekly. It was just so erosive to the soul. I just want to make theories about this cartoon I like. It only got worse after Dipper and Mabel versus the Future. Ford calling Dipper by saying his face was on fire wasn't just a comedic moment, it was purposefully gaslighting a child into being worried about you. Him asking Dipper if never being without your twin was suffocating wasn't just him projecting based on his own childhood, it was him just wanting Dipper around him, a yes man who'll do whatever he says. And the best way to do that, the best way to draw in a victim, is to pull them away from the rest of their family. Pay attention to the language that's being used here. Things like abuse, manipulation, isolation. Mentions of grooming. Look at the YouTube comments on this trailer for Weirdmaggedon 3. He's evil. I can't believe he's evil. He's gonna be evil. I always knew he would be evil, etc. And you know what happens in Weirdmaggedon 3? He tells Bill to go fuck himself. By the end of the series, the conversation week by week had gone from we don't trust Ford to Ford is obviously evil, to Ford is obviously trying to isolate and prey on Dipper, to Ford can't be trusted, to Ford is absolutely gonna side with Bill in the finale, even though we saw already in the last Mabelcorn that Bill ruined his life. He's definitely gonna side with Bill at the end, sure. And then after the finale, just, oh, it's fine. Like, Ford gets a happy ending. Ford ends up realizing, man, he made a bunch of mistakes. And he is upset about that. And he is obviously remorseful. Where so many in the fandom saw an evil, child-manipulating, abusive, irredeemable monster, the series left us with an Icarus metaphor. Okay. On one hand, a lot of the hatred for Ford disappeared after Journal 3 came out. On the other hand, a lot of it didn't. I mean, for God's sake, look at this poll.
If we take the number of votes that it got, this means that 43,875 people voted for Sadly Pides and 12,000 voted for Ford.
You want to see some of the tags on this poll?
Ford does suck. His character arc is about him realizing that he sucks. Taking him down a peg is good for him. A pathetic, whiny bitch of a selfish piece of shit that pretends to know everything and actually fucking believes it, which is worse. Ford is a jerk! And he never really proves that he loves the kids. No question, Ford is a stupid little bitch. I hate him. No loyalty, no responsibility towards kids, hyper selfish. Ford disliked and dismissed Mabel as nothing because she was like Stan. If there's one Ford hater, it's me. Fuck that bitch. Gravity Falls.
It's a lot. Also, guys, this is so unfair. If you want to show the picture of Stan punching the zombies, you gotta use, like, the dice fingering picture for Ford, or the post-portal Ford, or something that could at least compete. Come on, you gotta give us something to work with. It's rigged. We'll look at the way that people hate Ford today, and of course provide a thorough defense of him, but I want to talk about what kept that hatred and that really strong language going so strong during the era that the show was running. Now, there's a handful of reasons for that. The first is that, you know, when you're theorizing about something and you really, really want it to be true, it's definitely going to make you more inclined to think that it's true. A lot of the theories before you even met Ford were based on him being villainous, or at least him kind of being at fault for the fallout he had between him and Stan, even in the Mystery Trio era. So if you were really gung-ho about believing that, and if, you know, one of your big theories had already been proven right and you were kind of on a roll, yeah, you might be more inclined to believe that this guy was evil. But then, we gotta talk a bit about projection based on our personal experiences. I'm gonna give a disclaimer here. I'm not judging people for projecting on fictional characters. We're all gonna be a bit parasocial about our borbos, but we gotta remember, they are not real, they will not bleed, they will survive the cold winter of someone's disapproval. I've had to learn that as a Ford fan again and again and again. I didn't make this video because I was mad that people hate Ford so much. If I made a video every single time I thought someone was wrong on the internet, we'd be here all day. My real interest is in the nature of the Stan Wars and how very personal it got, and in how incredibly parasocial it got, not just with these fictional men, but with Alex Hirsch and with one another on the internet. In the case of Alex gave a string of interviews at the end of season 2, and it seemed to a lot of us that he was Ford's biggest critic.
If you're saying I play favorites, you're wrong. I love all my children equally. I don't care for Joe.
I'm gonna put a pin in this, okay? We'll talk about it later. But why were people so parasocial about Stan and Ford? The truth of the matter is that Stan and Ford's backstory are probably the easiest to project onto in the whole series. The things that they go through are just so grounded. They're based in things like wanting to make a name for yourself, wanting to get into a good school, wanting to have a good job. They're based in not having enough money, which, let me tell you, as a millennial, I can relate. In A Tale of Two Stans, you don't even see any fantastical elements in their lives until after Ford has graduated college. As for why that translated to how people talked about the Stans on the internet, I want to point to a quote that Alex told me during my interview with him.
As a fan of media, I connect with the media. I have a personal connection with the media. And so personal that I'm like, this character is actually kind of me and kind of my friend, and I have a wavelength about this character in my head, and therefore I when I hear a false note, when somebody says something about this character that doesn't seem right to me, it's like I'm getting insulted, like, how dare you?
So people using media to work out their own issues is normal, right? Like, Gravity Falls probably transed my gender. Damn you Disney leftists. And people use this connection to the media to not just work through their own emotional issues, but work through really real traumas. But, like, that's what fiction is partially here for. The ancient Greeks projected so much on their stories of ancient gods that they built them temples. I'm not there with Ford yet, but, you know, give me a year or two and I'll build a shrine in my apartment. What? You know, the story of Icarus was probably just written by some guy with an overachieving cousin who was like, oh, you like people who overachieve? Well, what if they died in the ocean? What I'm saying right now is that it doesn't make you a little freak if you project on fictional characters. That's all good and fine. Projection is probably one of the most human things that there is. Probably the one thing that humans do that we're 100% sure no other animal does. You might think it's language, but scientists say that dolphins probably understand each other. But you know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see a dolphin try to project its emotional baggage on a fictional character and then have an argument on Tumblr about it. Relatability, and especially relatability coupled with identity, like neurodivergence, queerness, etc., that can really mean a lot and can be really healing. It can also mean that as a result, you end up with a really strong bond on that character, or a really strong bond with a version of the character that you've constructed based on the experiences that you've had. But what that meant is that on Tumblr in 2015 and 2016, you had posts about how insert character here was just like me, right next to posts about how this character did horrific abusive acts, things that the writer of the post has personally lived through. Ford is exactly like my dad, who did the trauma dumping was a real thing.
This was a big thing in all Tumblr fandom media analysis at the time, not just Gravity Falls. I saw it in Steven Universe, and in Voltron, and in Undertale, and in She-Ra, and in fucking Hamilton. This was just a staple in the way that people related to and discussed media, recognizing elements of abuse that they were familiar with.
But for Gravity Falls, it was exceedingly common in the way that we talked about Stan and Ford. Ford telling Dipper to keep a secret reminded people of unspeakable things. I'm not gonna put screenshots of this trauma dumping on the screen for you to see because it's incredibly personal and I feel like the people who posted it were probably posting something in the heat of the moment. But as a parody of that,
Ford is taking Dipper into the depths of the UFO, a place he likely knows is dangerous, so that Dipper can prove himself to be a good apprentice. We know Ford likes inventing things. He probably made the security bots in there himself. My father was the same way. He once locked me in the shed with rabid raccoons and chihuahuas, and whenever I begged to be let out, he would tell me it built character.
Why aren't you more mad at him? And then you'd have someone like, no, he's not like your dad, he's like my dad. And my dad was a gentle, caring man who made me dandelion flower crowns all the time. And also, my dad is gay, so if you hate him, that makes you homophobic. And things like this would result in surprisingly defensive and incredibly pointed posts. Like, a friend of mine actually got a Tumblr ask telling them that he was a horrible sibling because he said that he could relate to something that Ford did to Stan.
And considering a lot of the people who relate to Ford do so because of their own experiences with abuse, with neurodivergence, or with bullying, they would see the Ford hate as implying that Ford's actions could only be done by someone reprehensible and get defensive in return. There would be an assumption that people on the other side aren't supportive allies to people with autism, or rather, that they hate Ford because they're ableist. Though I should say I personally saw this way less often than the overwhelming Ford hate, both at the time and in my research over the last couple of years.
So between the incredibly personal projections that people were making on both of these characters, and the personal traumas that people were applying to Ford's maybe secretive behavior, you can see how this is a recipe for disaster. People would be so blinded by their hatred for a fake, propped-up version of a fictional character that they would sometimes just, completely make up things that they did. Things that just, literally didn't happen. The obvious one that comes to mind for me is the Schmebulok theory. They saw Ford talking to a gnome that only said its own name, and they were like, oh my god, I can't believe Ford would torture a gnome.
It's fiction. We made it up. We made this one up.
And even today, things get blown out of proportion on the things that he did do. This is a post that someone sent to me about why they dislike Ford. He nearly got his brother killed 15 times? When? When did that happen?
This one was invented by a writer.
I know this person is being hyperbolic on their own post and we're not meant to take it as like a literal number and take that seriously. And I know they probably mean that, like, you know, Stan being kicked out by Philbrick is put into a bunch of precarious situations that threatened his life, but it does make it sound like after the Science Fair incident, Ford purposely and intentionally pushed Stan into a Rube Goldberg machine full of knives. He watched Stan jump through it like an obstacle course and went, "Serves you right, dream killer." Listen, y'all. Ford did enough morally gray things to dislike. We don't gotta make up new shit. Trust me, I already have my work cut out for me in this video. He poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, and delivered a plague onto our houses, and abused our great-grandniece.
We've talked on this channel before about the correlation between fandom culture and queerness, femininity, and neurodivergence. People who occupy these spaces, who write the fanfiction, who consider these theories, are often those who deal with more misogyny and homophobia and ostracization, and oftentimes with more abuse, either from their peers or from their guardians. So there's no mistaking why, when they write about characters they like or dislike, these experiences trickle in, and almost everything about these characters gets recontextualized as either responses to abuse or as a demonstration of it. Characters we love become defenders against these social ills, and characters we dislike become those upholding them. I think we see this clearly in the way that the fandom talks about Stanley, and the reason why is layered.
Fandom has this way of flattening characters that they already love into more palatable versions of themselves, smoothing out all of their edges. Now, it doesn't mean that the character isn't actually good and lovable. Like, God, I cannot overstate how much I love Stan, but like, I've read fics where Stan, like, defends the reader from catcallers. Stan is the catcaller. The intersection of, like, Stan's treatment of the reader in a lot of fics lies on, like, feminism and gender identity lines more often than you'd think. Do you guys think that Stan would really ask your pronouns? He doesn't know what a pronoun is. What is he, a fucking nerd? He's anti-noun. And while we're talking about unrealistic fanfiction, do you guys really think that Stan eats pussy? That's for hippies and commies. The man listens to AM radio! He doesn't know what a clitoris is! Okay, I'm sorry! He's a very selfless lover! I can't believe you're criticizing Stan Pines. Did you know that he has trauma? Did you know that he has mental illness? It's practically canon that he has dyslexia. Why do you hate people with dyslexia? Do you know who else hated people with dyslexia? My mom, when she hated me. And when it comes to making characters more progressive, there isn't even necessarily something wrong with that kind of projection. If a piece of content from Disney doesn't organically have trans rights, store-bought is fine. We, the audience, own these characters just as much as Alex Hirsch does. I honestly, truly believe that. But my point is that this is what fandoms do to characters that we like. It's our love language. You take the crusty old man, you twinkify him, and then you give him a flower crown and a pronoun badge on Pit Crew. And then you write fanfiction about how he was actually feminist and a gentle parent all along. Serotonin is stored in the flower crown, and believe me, we need all the serotonin we can get. My point about the phenomenon isn't that it's bad, but that it happens. And that it happens to characters that we love. Whereas characters that we love less get the "this character is a transphobe or ableist or a misogynist or a homophobe" treatment in our fanfiction. And yes, that is something that I caught with Ford early on in his history. We're talking about fics where Ford calls Dipper the R-slur. We're talking about fics where Ford tells a trans Dipper that he'll never be a real man because of his chromosomes. Yes, the man who has been to multiple dimensions and has interacted with alien societies. Him, he believes in firm, strict gender roles. But forget about that. I have read not one, but 2 popular fanfictions where Ford purposefully kills Fiddleford's raccoon wife. These motherfuckers have him committing animal cruelty on purpose. Stan is the one who's on the news for llama-cide.
That llama knew too much.
But yes, Ford is the one hitting Raccoonito with a car. A very funny side effect of this phenomenon, by the way, are the very real fics, written by teenagers, I want to be clear, where Ford gets in the way of Bill dip. Like, it'll be like, oh, Bill, I want to be with you, but my evil uncle doesn't approve of our relationship. He won't support their loving union. Roadblock to problematic ships ahead? Yeah, I sure hope it does. You know what, 2015 Ford haters? A stopped clock is right twice a day. I agree. He would not approve of that ship. You guys want to know one of my very unscientific methods of, like, measuring this? Look at this tag. At the time of recording, there are 105 works and Ford Pines is a jerk, and 17 works and Stan Pines is a jerk. And I just want to say, Ford wasn't even a character for a lot of that time. And also, Stan literally says he's a jerk.
That's right, I'm a jerk.
But Stan is just so darn likable. Frankly, if he wasn't, we'd probably have more posts like, my father once sold me to the neighbor for a pack of stale Oreos and 50 cents, and he also worked at a gift shop. But we don't see that. Because as a fandom, people tend to give Stan a lot of grace. Grace that I do think he deserves. Like, I want to be clear here. The lesson is not people should be more mean to Stan or treat Stan the way they treated Ford. Like, I can't say that enough. But a lot of Stan's more negative traits, like his greed, his capitalistic tendencies, the way that he cheats people out of money and scams them, the kind of sexist idea he seems to demonstrate of what being a man is, the idea that children need to be toughened up, they have either been played by jokes in the show, or they're treated by the fandom as an extension of his very real, very legitimate trauma. It's like Alex Hirsch has said, Stan is a deeply insecure person who has been living his life as a scam artist because he was always cheating to try to catch up with somebody who he felt he could never catch up to. I mean, is trauma an excuse for doing bad things? No, of course not. But when we're projecting on a character, like a lot of people were projecting on Stan, and they identify with that person's struggle, it becomes very difficult to admonish them, especially when the things they've gone through are similar to things that you've gone through. Like, you don't need to tell me that Stan's greed for money and his penchant for lying to customers and his occasional mistreating of his employees, like, you don't need to tell me that that harkens back to when he was homeless and financially insecure and his father kicked him out because he was told that unless he got millions, he wouldn't be welcome back in their household. Like, that's completely understood by me and completely understood by the fandom. By the way, I should say that I've been homeless, and I say that because I do remember once posting a criticism about Stan and then getting an ask in my inbox about how I couldn't possibly understand what Stan's been through. Yeah, I do understand what he's been through. Were you homeless, Sandra? Was everybody in this fandom homeless? Who knows? We're all leftists until the capitalist punches some zombies and then cries about his dad, I guess. Then suddenly they're above criticism. Part of the fact that a lot of people treated Stan as a more multifaceted character than Ford, though, is that Stan had, more wiggle room to have flaws and also be beloved. He had more time with us, and that is not time that we got with Ford. Like I said, very little screen time. Of course Stan was winning the Stan Wars in 2015. We'd met him in 2012 and then had several years to love him. And then Ford punched him in the face. And then we heard Stan's traumatic life story for 30 minutes. And then Ford told him to get the hell out of his house. The truth of the matter is that after A Tale of Two Stans, I don't believe Ford had a chance in hell of winning our affections. Just look at the proportionality of their characterization, right? Like, for every "the Statue of Liberty looks kind of mannish," or "Hey Dipper, why don't you go fight that bat in the kitchen?" we get these moments from Stan like, "Are you doing okay, pumpkin?" and "Hey, why don't you kids go pick something out from the gift shop?" For every "Wow, Dipper, you're into that dumb game for people with no charisma," there's a moment where he punches a pterodactyl in the face to save his grandniece's pet pig. And we're so endeared that we forget that he's the reason the pterodactyl had the pig in the first place. And again, my point in listing all this is not to disparage Stan. I fucking love Stan. 10 out of 10 character. No notes. I hope he gets to spend the rest of his days burning as many children by the pool as he likes. My point is more so that Ford was always going to have more of an uphill climb, and that climb was made even longer by the amount of projection that we were doing of personal traumas onto him. Dee and Morty and Princess Unattainable were able to do a lot of legwork, but I don't think it was enough. Like, imagine if Stan in episode 1 in Tourist Trapped was introduced to us by punching Dipper in the face, and then the next 20 minutes were Dipper telling us his sad life story about his parents' imminent divorce. I think we might have more trouble liking Stan after something like that. And I think we'd be more likely to project our own experiences with abuse after something like that. But then the question remains, based on the things that Ford did do, how should we feel about him? And is there any defending him? So here we are, however long we are into a Stanford Pines defense video, and I haven't even begun defending the motherfucker. I can't put it off any longer. Everyone gather around. Let's watch the criminal defense attorney squirm. Now let's get some things out of the way. First of all, this video will not be saying that you need to like Stanford Pines. You can hate him. God knows I do. My obsession with Stanford Pines does not better me or my life. If anything, it has ruined me. You think I'm happier for knowing about Ford? I haven't seen my husband in 72 years. Stanford Pines fucked my crops and burned down my girlfriend. My point here isn't going to be to necessarily change anyone's mind, especially if he just rubs you the wrong way. I'm just here to talk about my boy. Secondly, and I feel like I gotta say this because I've been traumatized by Tumblr in 2015, don't try to extrapolate anything about my morality or my identity or my political beliefs or my beliefs about abuse based on my, 30-minute defense of a cartoon character. It won't be, "No, I disagree, I still hate Ford, have a nice day." It'll be, "Not only do I still hate Ford, but I don't understand how you could possibly defend him unless you yourself are a horrible person." If my video convinces you that I'm a bad person, leave a comment down below so that I can get that engagement. Next, this isn't a gladiator battle where only one character can survive with morality intact. Just because I'm saying Ford is good does not mean I'm saying that Stan is bad. They can both be wonderful characters, or they can both be shitty. I can't tell you how to feel. I'm not your dad. We've already established that Stanford Pines is your dad, and that guy sucked. He locked you in a shed with rabid raccoons. If I defend Ford from criticism, I'm not going to turn around and go, "Not only did he not do it, but actually it was the 12-year-old girl." Yeah, no, Ford wasn't responsible for Weirdmaggedon. It was Waddles, actually. I'm actually blaming Waddles. Your baby girl is safe. I got him in the back right now in a shock blanket drinking some hot cocoa. Something I'm going to try to avoid doing is going, "Oh, you hate it when Ford does this, but what about when Stan does this? Or Mabel does this? Or Dipper does this?" I might point out where there are parallels just to kind of point out how the fandom reacted to some of the things that other characters did, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what flaw I'm pointing out in another character.
two wrongs don't make a right. Just because both Stan and Ford have made the same mistake doesn't mean that it's not a mistake. Okay, it's time to do this. Let's get to it. On this whiteboard, I have written every sin of Stanford puns that I can think of, with a few exceptions. Now, if I included every single complaint about Ford from every Tom, Dick, and Harry on the internet, we'd be here all day. I would certainly need a much bigger whiteboard than this. So this is how I narrowed it down to the ones that I'm addressing in this video. 1. Anytime I saw something with more than 300 likes and reblogs on Tumblr. 2. Any complaint about Ford that at least 3 people I spoke to told me about independently. What this system means is that some of these are going to be screenshotted posts, some of these are going to be based on word of mouth. In a few cases, if I don't show a screenshot, it's because the person who made the post has either deactivated or the link that I had was dead, or it means that they included something personal in there and I'd rather not share it in a video because I have no way of knowing how big this audience is going to be. I'd just rather not put people on blast, especially over things that they wrote over 5 years ago on Tumblr.com. And by the way, if you are screenshotted in this video, I have obviously cropped out your username and your profile picture, but if you recognize a post of yours, I just want you to know, I mean you no harm. We can disagree respectfully. Hopefully it's all good. Now, even with these stipulations in place, you'll notice there are obviously still quite a few things on this list for me to defend. God, why couldn't I have an easy client like O.J. Simpson or Jeffrey Dahmer? And I guess that's everything I had to get out of the way. Let's do it. Let's talk about why Ford is 1, evil, and 2, literally a war criminal. Number 1. He didn't let himself get eaten in the womb. He was probably hogging all the nutrients in there for his extra finger. Stan could have starved. He's a growing boy, Ford. And now look at him. He's got dyslexia, maybe.
You like to be befuddled? Bewildered?
Honestly, think of all the trouble that could have been saved if Ford was eaten in the womb. It's the real better world, AU. Bill shows him this dimension and it's like, it's a wonderful life, but everything is better, actually. That feels like a 2015 era fanfiction. Someone's probably written that. Okay, we had our fun. Let's jump into something that he actually did. Growing apart from Stanley and abandoning the Stan War. You would be surprised how often I've seen it said that the original place that Ford went wrong was in giving up on his and Stan's dream of wanting to, quote, abandon Stan. And guys, there's nothing wrong with wanting to leave home or go to college. And even aside from college, there's nothing wrong with growing apart from members of your family. Guys, it is sad, but that doesn't make it wrong. As I've pointed out on this channel before, Stan and Ford probably had growing pains as they were becoming teenagers, especially in high school, as they were figuring out each of their prospective futures. This is hinted at on the DVD commentary that Stan gives on Land Before Swine, and it also just makes sense based on what we know about twins and twin psychology. They were raised as a unit. Philbrick couldn't be damned to give them each a separate name. Not only that, but they didn't have a support network outside of one another. They didn't have any other friends. It's like Stan says in his flashback. Sometimes all you really need is one. But of course a situation like that where you're both twins, where you're constantly compared to one another, is going to cause some kind of rift, some kind of cracks in that relationship. It is perfectly normal for any teenager, regardless of if they're a twin or not, to want to have some independence and want to be on their own, whether or not Stan did anything wrong. So, no, that of course is not something that Ford has done wrong, but that was an easy one. Let's see what's next. Didn't do more to defend Stan as a kid and as a teenager. So while we do see Stan defend Ford against bullies when they're kids and kind of commiserate with him during prom, that doesn't mean that Ford never defended Stan. In fact, we see Ford defend Stan in Lost Legends, and that's immediately after Stan did something that hurt Ford.
Alex Hirsch has even said on the DVD commentary that he always imagined them switching places and covering for one another whenever one of them would get in trouble. There's no reason to believe that Stan was the only one who was defending Ford. That being said, we do see this moment in the principal's office.
You have two sons. One of them is incredibly gifted. The other one is standing outside this room and his name's Stanley.
So, Ford is listening to the principal say some truly just shitty things about his brother. And while he does look upset, he doesn't really speak up about it. You know, speaking up in a situation like that is difficult. Take it from me, someone who has chosen to defend Stanford Pines. It isn't always easy. But especially when they're not in the room, you're not sure if they'd hear it, and you're vastly outnumbered as a teenager by adults who seem to not be pushing back against your brother being attacked. That's a tough thing to do, and not necessarily something all of us would. Maybe you would speak up. Maybe you would shout, hey, don't say that about my brother. And, you know, if you would, good on you. I think that's great. I think that's commendable. I like to think that nowadays, as an adult, I would do that pretty consistently. But as a teenager, when my own parents are in the room and my own dad seems to be agreeing with the principal, absolutely not. Especially if I don't necessarily know that I have someone listening in on the conversation, hearing every word. And trust me, I'm pretty sure their dad was intimidating to both Stan and Ford, but we'll touch on that a bit later. Other people have pointed out that he didn't defend Stan against Krampelter's bullying when they're kids. But I do think that Ford was getting the bulk of it. He got a rock thrown at his head and was called a freak. The truth of the matter is that you can't always expect a child, or a teenager for that matter, to make the bravest decision. Okay, let's see what's next. Told Stan that he sabotaged Ford's entire future. And also, he didn't believe Stan when Stan said that the science fair incident was an accident. The first thing I'm gonna say, which is pretty obvious, is that he was pretty distraught at the time. Stan's mistake, though it was an accident, very clearly impacted Ford's future. It cost him an opportunity that could have done so much for him. Now, that being said, I've seen a statement come up again and again in a lot of different Tumblr posts. It's just a school. Lots of people don't make it into college, Ford. Why are you flipping out? You didn't even know that this school existed until like 10 minutes ago in the principal's office. First of all, West Coast Tech seems to be this world's equivalent to like Caltech. Ford is a nerd. He's absolutely heard of West Coast Tech before this. He probably just didn't think that an opportunity existed for him to get in. Why, you might wonder? Well, because a private university like that is super expensive, and he lives in the lead paint district. He knew it existed, he just didn't think he had a chance. And then suddenly he had a chance. Suddenly he had the opportunity to maybe get in. And then that was ripped away from him. It's super common for low-income students, even if they get all A's, even if they're overachievers, even if they have extracurriculars, to just not even bother applying to those bigger schools. Not even bother applying to someplace more prestigious. Because what's the point of getting in if you're not guaranteed a scholarship or a way to pay for it? And I've talked about this before in my Talent Who Stands video. Students aren't admitted into colleges based on science fairs and things like that, but they are granted scholarships. And that's probably the nature of the opportunity that was being offered to Ford with this. Opportunities like this just don't come by a lot to students from the lead paint districts of the world. But it does not mean that they don't mean the world when they do. And now from Ford's perspective, this is where I would normally go into my normal spiel about the Vietnam War and how the draft was about to be underway and how if Ford didn't get into a college, he was probably going to be drafted. But that's all conjecture. It's not necessarily in the journal. It's not necessarily in the show. It matches with the timeline. It matches with what we know about the era. But I would feel weird using that in a video like this where I'm trying to definitively defend him. But if you do take it at face value, yes,
Stan very well could have accidentally sabotaged Ford's entire future. But if you don't want to believe that the draft was an element here, which, very fair, that's how we'll be proceeding, he's an angry teenager. Him reacting this way makes complete sense. As for him not believing Stan, 2 hours before this, him and Stan were sat on the beach, and he told Stan that if it doesn't work out, he'll go treasure hunting with Stan, and then it didn't work out. And then Stan admitted to being at the scene of the crime. And then Stan admitted to horsing around and something falling over, and I would not believe Stan, and I do not think that most of you in Ford's shoes would believe him. Yes, Stan and Ford were thick as thieves. What that means is that Ford knows that Stan is probably likely to lie to get out of trouble when he's scared or upset. And Stan absolutely was scared here. He didn't want to lose his brother. Now, do I think that he would have necessarily lost Ford? No, like, people split up all the time. Siblings move across the country for college and other reasons. Like, it happens. It doesn't mean you'll never see them again. But I think Ford had every reason to believe that Stan was lying when he said that it was an accident. I should also note that Ford had no idea that their fight would attract Philbrick. Speaking of which, we're getting into the big one. He closed the curtains, and he didn't stop Philbrick from kicking Stanley out. Whew, oh boy, let's do this. What I'm tempted to do is just say he was 17 next and move on, but we're not going to do that. We're going to actually engage with it. Let's go. So, Stan and Ford are fighting. They argue on the couch, and the noise attracts Philbrick, who, without asking any follow-up questions, grabs Stan by the collar, lifts him up, throws him out with a duffel bag, and tells him that unless he gets millions, he is not welcome in that household, because Ford was their ticket out of that dump.
You ignoramus! Your brother was gonna be our ticket out of this dump! All you ever do is lie and cheat and ride on your brother's coattails. Well, this time you cost our family potential millions. And until you make us a fortune, you're not welcome in this household.
You guys know what happens next. Stan looks up. He tells Ford, hey, tell our dad he's being crazy. Don't let this happen. And Ford closes the curtains, goes back inside. So, as far as not stopping Philbrick, in what world do we put the onus of stopping abuse from an adult on the sibling of the child being abused? A sibling who, by the way, is very likely also living in an abusive household. In what reality do we say that preventing the abuse is another child's responsibility? This isn't something that Ford could have stopped. I genuinely believe that. And I don't think he's taking glee in this either. Is this the face of someone happy to see their brother get kicked out? Is this the face of someone thrilled to see Stan getting punished for it? I've heard people say, oh, he's just upset there because he didn't get into this school. Get real. Come on, guys. Obviously, he's upset about Stan getting kicked out. Look at this. And even if you don't consider that obvious, you don't exactly have evidence that he's only caring about the school, okay? Innocent until proven guilty. Is this what lawyers sound like? Am I doing it? Am I doing an ace attorney? I've mentioned this before, and I'll say it again. I don't think that even if Ford did go up to Philbrick and say, no, please don't kick Stanley out. Like, I love my brother, don't kick him out. I am begging you. Philbrick does not seem in any sense to be the type of person who would change his mind. At least according to most interpretations of this scene, the bag was already packed. And if you want to argue that regardless, this is still technically Ford's fault because the fight did happen over his science fair project, I'm going to remind you, Philbrick didn't care about the science project. At the end of the day, Stan could have been kicked out over anything. This could have been Stan lost a winning lottery ticket. This could have been Stan dropped an expensive vase that I could have sold at the pawn shop. Philbrick doesn't care about the science fair project any more than he cares about Ford getting into the school. He cares about the millions. Ford just happened to be tangentially related to this reason. I mean, think of the language that Philbrick uses to describe Ford. He's our ticket out of this dump. Not, you hurt your brother. Not, this meant a lot to him. It's, he could have made us potential millions. And this extended far into Ford's future. Look at the Book of Bill. One of the things that Bill reminds Ford of while he's psychologically torturing him, and oh boy, we'll get to the psychological torture, is that Philbrick wouldn't have welcomed Ford back unless he made millions. We can't assume that Ford was getting preferential treatment by their dad. Philbrick was a lousy parent with a transactional relationship to both of his sons. Just because one of his sons might have been more likely to make good on that transaction does not mean that he loved him more. But what about Ford closing the curtains? So, I do still think that even if he hadn't closed the curtains, it wouldn't have made, a practical difference in the outcome here. But it is, of course, still deeply hurtful to Stan. They were both in a lot of pain here. They were both one another's closest friend. It feels weird to me to hyperanalyze the actions of an angry 17-year-old and assign moral judgment to them. Especially when there are much juicier things to assign moral judgment to later on in this video, when Ford's frontal lobe has fully developed. What I will say is that while I don't blame Ford for closing the curtains, I still really wish he hadn't, for Stan's sake. But there is a difference between saying that someone made a bad decision and saying that it makes them a bad person. Okay, I'm done criticizing a teenager. Let's criticize a fully grown man. Let's go! Experimented on Shifty and implied cryptid cruelty. I mean, Ford probably tortured Shifty. That's why the shapeshifter was so evil and into the bunker. He probably experimented on almost every cryptid in Gravity Falls. God forbid people have hobbies. So I saw this criticism pop up a lot. And this kills me, because if there's one thing we know about Ford, it's that he has a deep respect and admiration for cryptids and cryptozoology. Gravity Falls is one of the only places that he feels at home. He spent his entire life feeling like he didn't belong anywhere, and he found it here, amid all of these strange creatures. And then he tortured them. These motherfuckers took one of the most relatable and endearing things about this man and said, I bet he did it with cruelty and evil in his heart. Let's talk about what most people probably think about the shapeshifter. So, in Into the Bunker, the shapeshifter doesn't describe anything that Ford might have actually done to him. The only thing that he describes that implies some kind of cruelty is mentioning that he was kept in a cage. Seriously, there's nothing else really. I looked through every single one of his lines. He doesn't say that he was experimented on necessarily. That being said, he's one of the experiments indicated in the journal and in the bunker itself. But you know what? I took a deep look at the journal because I really wanted to see if they had any descriptions of any of the tests or experiments that Ford did. And as far as I can tell, Ford definitely drew blood to test the shapeshifter's DNA, which is, what would happen at a vet's office. This is just a standard thing that you do with animals in your care. But the only test he really describes is him showing the shapeshifter photos of animals and watching the shapeshifter transform into them. Now, is it possible that there were other evil, fucked up experiments that he did that he just didn't feel inclined to write down in his diary? I mean, maybe, but we don't really have any evidence that he did something like that. So I rewatched the DVD commentary to see what Alex Hirsch had to say, because maybe he mentioned something in there about something fucked up that Ford does to the shapeshifter. And no, not really.
This shapeshifter has a pretty tragic tale. He was Ford's pet who just got way too powerful, way too quick, which is alluded to in these pages that we see flipping through real fast.
It seems more like the shapeshifter was more like an exotic pet. Like when someone takes in an animal that they shouldn't, like a chimpanzee or like a tiger. And maybe Ford was in over his head when he took the shapeshifter in, though of course he had no idea of knowing how big the shapeshifter would get, or that it would learn how to talk, or that it even had the capacity for human sentience. But I don't think there's anything really indicating that Ford was doing any kind of evil experiments on a shapeshifter.
It never happened.
Just that he didn't quite know how to give him enrichment,
Now, he did expand the size of the cage. He says this in the journal. At first, the shapeshifter was kept in like a small kennel and then put into a full-sized cage because he was getting bigger every single day. But also, this was like an alien? There's no manual on how to take care of something like this. Ford couldn't have known. Like, if you get a dog and it's not a dog you've had before, you can still Google how to take care of that dog and Google how big of a crate you need for that dog. But, like, Petco doesn't have a shapeshifter aisle. The only thing he really did seem to do that I guess can be described as wrong is that he isolated the shapeshifter in a cage in the woods. But also, guys, it's a shapeshifter. What do you want him to do? Do you think that he should have just let it walk around free? If you were watching a movie and the guy in the movie found a shape-shifting alien monster that can imitate anything it turns into, and then that guy didn't put it in a cage or immediately kill it, y'all would be shouting at your screens and you know it. I mean, the guy who summoned Bill, that man, even he knew it was a bad idea to let it out of the cage. I mean, I don't know what an ideal solution is, but I don't think anyone can claim that there's an easy answer here. Ford clearly had affection for the shapeshifter. He treated it like his own pet. He wasn't the one who wanted it to be mistreated. He was doing the best that he can, I think. Y'all remember, McGucket was the one who would have just frozen it and been done with it. The only reason that they kept the shapeshifter or acquired him in the first place and took him in was to test out the cryogenic tubes that McGucket made. In fact, McGucket was constantly telling Ford, hey man, like, that cool bug thing is interesting and all, but aren't you gonna freeze it? Like, can we just like kill it already? You tree-hugging shapeshifter defenders in the comments are valid, and I've seen your posts over the years about how Ford is the one who caused the shapeshifter to be evil by keeping him in a cage. But I somehow never see any criticism against McGucket wanting to just freeze it away. Now, I don't think McGucket did anything wrong. Absolutely. Just stuff it into tubes and be done with it. That's what they made the tubes for. From McGucket's perspective, Ford found a weird spider in the woods, and then that weird spider became a person and tried to kill them all. But they didn't have a lot of options here. If keeping the shapeshifter in a cage is cruel, then the only things that they could have done otherwise are freeze him, kill him, or let him go free. And letting him go free cannot be the correct option if you don't know enough about this shapeshifter. Yes, maybe he could have been just perfectly fine. He could have been a perfectly happy individual. He could have possibly had no emotional issues. And maybe it's wrong of us to assume that he could have been evil. But you guys, have you seen the thing? You can't make that assumption. You can't just think that maybe it'll be okay. But hey, maybe Ford should have made a mini daycare for the shapeshifter in the bunker, even before he knew that it had human sentience. And maybe he should have enriched the shapeshifter and only fed him the richest of creams. And maybe he should have enrolled the shapeshifter in school with the other kids. I mean, sure, why not? Maybe you're correct. But maybe the shapeshifter could have killed everyone. You just don't know. From my reading of the journal, by the way, this all happens over like 2 weeks. Like, there's not a lot of time for Ford to make a good decision on what to do with the shapeshifter as soon as he realizes that it does have, like, a human capacity for emotions and experience. This argument baffles me. Ford loves cryptids. He does not have a desire to hurt cryptids. He's downright passionate about every cryptid he talks about in the journal except, like, the leprechaun and the octopus. Yes, he does drop-kick the leprechaun in Journal 3. But that isn't because he hates cryptids. It's because he hates the Irish. Moving on. Stolen indigenous artifacts. This one's mine. I just threw one in here. No one said this but me. It's my video. I make the rules. I'm putting this one in for fun because not a single person on that goddamn hell site has mentioned in any of their posts about Ford that he was a white man with stolen indigenous artifacts in his basement and in his study. Y'all didn't even bother trying. There's gonna be a lot of things on this list that Ford didn't even do that y'all just made up, so I thought I'd throw one on there that he did actually do that no one cares about.
That's all. That's just for me. That's just a treat. Argue in the comments below. Not listening to Fiddleford. So, Fiddleford tried to tell Ford that the project was dangerous, and Ford thought better than him. Ford, of course, called Fiddleford McGucket, dragging him away from his passion project of making computers, something that probably would have made Fiddleford rich, unbeknownst to both of them. And then when Fiddleford gives him his guidance that the machine is dangerous, that it could hurt people, Ford refuses to listen. Now, this isn't just during the portal test, like, there are multiple times before that point where Fiddleford points out that something's just not adding up about the project. Every single time, Ford dismisses him. As Ford's defense attorney here, I need to know, Bill was a factor. We find out in Journal 3 and again in the Book of Bill that Bill was constantly telling Ford that McGucket was someone who couldn't be trusted, that he was going to betray Ford. And at this point, Ford believed Bill because Bill was presenting himself as an omniscient being who knew everything. If you truly believe that you've had a divine experience and God himself is telling you something, you're probably going to believe it. Now, of course, Bill was full of shit. We know that, I know that, and you know that, but Ford did not know what genre he was in. Should he have believed Fiddleford? Of course. But I think it's understandable why he didn't. Now, I have a lot of things about Fiddleford to say and about the way Ford and Fiddleford interacted and the way that Ford treated Fiddleford, but we'll get to that later. Next. Only reaching out to Stan when he needed something. I'm gonna add a slash to this and say also only reaching out to McGucket when he needed something, because I've seen that floating around as well. So the idea here is that Ford could have reached out to Stan or McGucket at any point and only did so when he needed something. He could have called sooner just to shoot the shit and see how they were doing, but he didn't because he selfishly only cares about his own needs. So what we find out in Journal 3 that is further backed up in the Book of Bill is that Ford didn't talk to anyone. It wasn't that Ford only interacted with people that he needed, it's that he didn't interact with people. Fiddleford was the first person outside of Gravity Falls that he even attempted to reach for any reason. It seems like he wasn't really in contact with his family back home in New Jersey. He definitely wasn't talking to Stan, but it's not like he had friends around town. It was just him, the monsters he was studying, and Bill. He only felt like he belonged among the cryptids. He didn't really know how to talk to others. And based on what we see in the Book of Bill and what we can assume from the series, he was incredibly self-conscious about doing so. He's awkward with girls. He can't make waitresses laugh. He makes them give him the stink eye. He's on his own. And he's convinced himself that because of that, he should live on his own. And that he doesn't need anyone. He's fine, actually. Being socially awkward and lonesome is not a sin. I will say, however, that being socially awkward and lonesome is the very thing that made him so susceptible to Bill's flattery. That being said, Bill wasn't a factor in all 6 of Ford's years in Gravity Falls before he reached out to McGucket, only the last couple. But we do know that Bill was in fact pushing Ford to not trust McGucket and, in fact, to trust no one. And then, of course, he calls Stan because, as he says it, he doesn't have anyone else. But the thing is, like, who else was he gonna call? And what else was he going to do? The world was at stake. He was truly desperate. Bill is taking over his body and making cold calls to Stan's hotline anyways. Might as well reach out through a postcard first. But Ford didn't reach out to Stan because he needed something. He reached out because the world was at stake. The world needed something. This isn't a selfish action. God forbid people try to stop the world from ending and reach out for help when they need it the most. Would you genuinely rather that after all that time of not reaching out to Stan,
he continued to not reach out to Stan just because it would have been awkward to ask him for something after all that radio silence? Bill was trying to get the portal open. He was bloodying Ford's hands trying to get through that metal door. And Bill wasn't going to stop until Ford gave in. At the point when Ford called Stan, it was either get help or kill himself. Because what he was doing, staying up every night, it wasn't sustainable. And you might be thinking, but if he knew Stan was homeless, why didn't he reach out? How could he sit in his cushy cabin in the woods knowing that Stan is living in his car? Guys, he didn't know that Stan was living in his car. He says some things in the journal about Stan. He knows that Stan is a criminal. He likely knows some things about Stan from newspapers. He's aware that Stan is in various businesses that have TV commercials that grift people. But that's just about it. Tell me, if your sibling was kicked out and then within the next year you saw them on TV selling paid for ads for towels or something, would you assume they were homeless? Or would you just assume they found their calling in sales? Seriously, think about the way he talks about Stan, the things that he knows about Stan. He knows that Stan has personality. He knows that Stan is able to talk himself into and out of different situations. In the journal, he says that Stan knows mob hangouts all around the world. Is this how you talk about someone who you think might be homeless? He doesn't think that Stan is a victim of the mob on the run for his life. He thinks that Stan is in the mob. And let me tell you about people in the mob. They tend to make money. There is no evidence that Ford knew that Stan was ever in any kind of risky situation or had any idea that Stan was living out of his car. And I'm gonna take it a step further. And ooh, you guys are not gonna like this one. Get that unlike button ready and warmed up. If he did know that Stan was homeless, is Ford the one with the moral obligation to save him? At this point, it's been over 10 years. Stan is someone he was once close to, but no longer is. Like, to be clear, help the homeless, be there for the homeless, show compassion for the homeless. The government should provide homes, shelter, food, and water to the homeless for free. But does Ford need to be the one to do this for Stan? Does he have more of a responsibility to Stan's safety than Stan's parents, or Carla McCorkle, or anyone that Stan was once close to? But even more so, do y'all think that Philbrick was right? Like, that Ford needed to make that money for his family? Like, to be clear, Ford's money is all just grant money. He can use it to build a lab, he can use it to build science, but he can't just spend it on his family. And we know that Philbrick wants Ford to spend it on his family because of everything that happened around the science fair, and that he seemingly is worried about never being allowed back home. But do you guys agree with Philbrick that either Stan or Ford have an obligation to provide their money for their family? Like, don't get me wrong, doing kind things and being there for your family is, I personally believe, virtuous. But I don't think that that means that not giving money and not reaching out to your family is non-virtuous. I don't think it's wrong to cut your family off. The way some of y'all phrase it in these Tumblr posts, like, Ford knew that Stan was homeless and probably desperate and probably starving. Like, he not only knew that Stan was homeless, but he thinks that Stan deserves it. You decode the rectangles in Journal 3 and it's like, Dear Diary, I wish my brother was dead. Every time I see a poisonous mushroom, I think of him eating it. Every morning I pray to God to kill him, and every night I cry, 'cause God hasn't done it yet. And I know that he's still alive, because I keep tabs on him, just to make sure that he's just as starving and homeless as I'd hoped. Sometimes I'll send over a gnome that I'm torturing just to steal his socks. What about that nightmare in Journal 3 about Ford feeling guilt about not giving Stan a hand? What about that moment in the Book of Bill where he expresses doubt that he's done the right thing when it comes to Stan? What about when he asks if he might have been too harsh on him? I mean, the notes in the margins of Journal 3 about Stan are proof alone. He's wondering what he's up to. He doesn't know what Stan is up to. He doesn't know that Stan is homeless. He just thinks that Stan is occasionally on TV. Okay, next. We have the entire argument. Whew. While they're in the basement, Ford tells Stan,
"Remember our plans to sail around the world on a boat? Take this book, get on a boat, and sail as far away as you can."
Which is, and this is true, not a smart thing to say. Come on, Ford. Now, of course, from Stan's perspective, it probably feels like Ford is mocking him intentionally. Ford summons Stan just to tell him to get as far away from him on a boat? God, I wish that Ford didn't phrase it like this. And I honestly don't think that Ford meant harm in phrasing it like this, but that doesn't mean that Stan wasn't obviously hurt by it. I mean, look at this face. He's not doing great. The entire 20-hour drive from New Mexico to Oregon, Stan was likely thinking about how this was a real, genuine opportunity to be back in his family's life. But we also need to remember where Ford is during this entire argument. Where Ford is standing, he has been tormented. Ford is acting out of fear and desperation and trying to get help from Stan, who is refusing to do the one thing that Ford thinks is the solution to his problem. When he's asking Stan for help, Stan isn't understanding the scope of it. And of course he isn't absorbing the scale of Stan's problems. As I said in the Italo to Stan's video, they're not really in a place where they're able to listen to each other. Stan so desperately wants to have his brother back in his life, but Ford is too busy trying to fend off the end of the world. Ford's been being tortured for weeks. Bill is chasing him through cemeteries and making him feel like his bones are falling apart. He's making him forget his name. He's threatening that Ford will forget his mother's face.
Think about the eldritch horror that comes from knowing that your body isn't your own, that you'll never know true rest again without waking up in an unfamiliar place and a gap in your memory with no way of knowing what lies within. Think of the deeds and misdeeds that Bill can do with Ford's hands.
Ford isn't able to have a reunion with Stan right now. He needs to hide this book. He needs to go to the caves and try to find a way to get his freaking life back. Would I have rather that Ford really listened to Stan and stopped and maybe took a deep breath and explained everything in full? Of course, that would have been optimal. But if you were going through what he was going through, would you be able to remain calm and explain yourself? The man hasn't slept in weeks. I think that a lot of y'all expect optimal behavior in incredibly suboptimal conditions. And I could hear some of you now. Well, if the situation was so dire, then why didn't he just let Stan burn the journals?
Fine, I'll get rid of it right now.
No, you don't understand.
You said you wanted me to have it, so I'll do what I want with it.
My research!
Stan raises a solid point, one with a lot of merit. If the journals contain such devastating, dangerous information, why doesn't Ford just get rid of them? Is it his egotistical need to hang on to his greatest accomplishment? Does he not care about the end of the world if it means that he gets to keep his research intact?
In the situation that Ford was in, even if he did burn the journals, what do you think would have happened? Bill was possessing him every night. The only reason why Bill did not kill Ford is because Bill's trying to toy with him. And what do you think he would do to Ford if the journals were burned? If he just let Stan burn them? Or if Ford had already taken down the portal by then? Well, playtime would be over, don't you think?
And at this point, Bill's given Ford a time limit. He has 72 hours. Either activate the portal or else. Like Bill says, he's been out there all alone for years. If he were to die in the snow, who would even notice?
But let's set that aside. Why didn't he just burn the journals? Why didn't he burn them even before calling Stan, instead of calling Stan in the first place? Well, in the Book of Bill, we find out that he tried. He had the resolve. He was going to do it. He sat down, and then he just couldn't. This was everything he had accomplished in the last 6 years. And at the end of the day, if he did burn them, if he did get rid of the journals, then he would have gone through everything that Bill put him through and had nothing to show for it.
And if you think that this would be a worthy sacrifice, because at least he would be removing one of Bill's footholds on the world and rendering it harmless, that's what he thought he was doing when he called Stan. If the journals were taken somewhere safe, away from the portal they contained the instructions for, they would be harmless. We can argue that the lesson that the writers and audience members want Ford to learn here is that with so much on the line, and even the remote risk that someone will find his portal instructions in his journals, he should just burn him. His life's work be damned, instead of calling Stan in the first place. But where does that lesson leave Ford? At the end of this hypothetical situation, even without the journal and the world safe, he is still in Bill's clutches. He is still being tortured. And if the plan that he describes in Journal 3 to go to the caves and see if he can remove Bill himself works out, all that he's left with is 6 wasted years, no money left from his grant, and a cabin with no heat. Even though I think that the logical thing here is to burn the journal, I can't find it in me to blame Ford for clinging to the hope that he can still have a life, that he can still find a way in the caves to defeat Bill, and afterwards maybe still have the research that he's given up so much for. But let's say that letting go of his life's work is moral and the correct thing, and that this is the lesson that we want Ford to learn.
Something that we realize when Ford comes back is that one of the first things he does is take down the portal. The fact that he takes it down immediately shows that he's learned his lesson. So the journals are in that category of, do I wish he had done something differently? Of course. Do I have it in me to think he's a bad person because of it? No. And in fact, he would probably be dead. Okay, next sin on the list. Burning Stan's shoulder. Guys, this is so obviously an accident that I don't even know what we're doing here. It's seconds. Seconds of reaction time, in which Ford immediately stops fighting and immediately apologizes.
Ruined my life! You ruined your own life! Ah! Stanley! Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Are you alright?
I mean, I probably wouldn't even apologize that quickly, because I would need at least a few seconds to process what had just happened. Look at his face here. He feels horrible.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Are you...
We have no reason to believe that he purposefully pushed Stan into this hot console. Now, similar to how I feel about Stan accidentally breaking the project and hurting Ford in the process, I do think that just because something was an accident, it doesn't mean that harm was not done. But I don't know what else you expected here. Did you expect him to go running immediately to the first aid kit? He's not able to have a second of standing still? Because before he does anything else, Stan punches him in the face. There's not a lot of time here for him to do anything but apologize. Do y'all really think that if he was given 5 more seconds, he would have gone back to punching Stan? And before you comment, by the way, I have 1000% seen people post that Ford didn't do enough, or that he didn't, I don't know, apologize emotionally enough. It's a lot. Accidents like this are horrible and traumatic, but they do happen. And I don't think there's any real good faith way of saying that this was an intentional move. Up next, we're skipping forward 30 years to the punch in the face when he comes back. So, the first thing is the most obvious, the one that we get in Journal 3. He was just about to kill Bill, guys. It was probably the most frustrating experience he'd ever had. He had no way of knowing that Stan had spent 30 years restlessly trying to bring him back. He probably wasn't able to process all that. All he knew was that the portal was opening, Bill's goons were about to jump through, and he needed to jump through first. Think about that. 30 years of doing nothing but working tirelessly towards a single goal, and then seeing it be taken away. It's like if Stan had worked tirelessly to bring Ford back, and then the FBI stopped him at the last second. Like, obviously, we, the audience, know that Stan took on his brother's identity, worked tirelessly every night, but Ford doesn't know that. All Ford knows is that he was about to kill Bill, and god damn it, Stan, why do you have to have such awful timing? But also, even if that wasn't the case, even if he wasn't that close to killing Bill, you gotta remember, Stan is the one who pushed him through. He lost 30 years in this world. 30 years of experiences, of friendships that he would never get to make, of connections he would never have. He never got to meet his niece and nephew. And maybe he wasn't exactly close to his family before, but he was robbed of the opportunity to ever be close to them. He never even really had the chance to grieve what it is he lost, because as soon as he realized the chances were slim of him ever coming back, he immediately focused on his next new task. Killing Bill. That's it. If I just think about killing Bill, I don't gotta think about the fact that I've lost 30 years of my life. 30 years of the opportunity to live was replaced with 30 years of fleeing from monsters and Bill's minions in the nightmare realm. Now, Stan spent 10 years living like this, and this isn't the Pain Olympics. We don't need to compare what the two men went through tick for tick for tick for tick, but Ford had 30 years of this, and he wasn't even able to breathe the correct proportions of oxygen and nitrogen. Come on, people. Like, again, it was an accident. I don't think that he necessarily should have punched him, but I do think I get it. That morning, he thought he was going to kill Bill Cipher, the entity that ruined his life. And that evening, he was face to face with the person who robbed him of 30 years of his life. He has spent just about as much of his life in this dimension as he has out of it. I do get why people are mad about the punch, though. I mean, he was punching Stan. It's upsetting. We love Stan. Let's see what else is on this list. He stopped punching Stan. Yes, really. You'll notice I wrote evil here in parentheses so that you know it's evil. Okay, let's talk about what this means. There were a couple of very popular posts back in the day, one of which was listing out Ford's red flags, and among them included that he stops the fight with Stan when he notices the children, to purposefully manipulate the children into thinking that he's a good person, and because he doesn't want these children to know about his violent tendencies. Woo! Okay, let's walk through it. Let's go through the scene. So, we have the punch. Everyone play the sad Naruto music. It's very upsetting.
Brother! Oh, ow! What the?
And then we have Stan asking Ford if he's going to thank him. And then Ford goes, "Thank you? You really think I'm going to thank you after what you did to me 30 years ago?" And we'll put a pin in that. We're gonna get to the thank you, okay? It's on this list. After that, Stan attempts to punch Ford, and Ford sidesteps it, and then Stan tries again, and Ford pushes Stan down to prevent himself from being punched. And then he notices the children, and then he stops the fight. Okay, so first of all, around the time he's noticing the kids, he wasn't even the one punching Stan. Stan was punching him, and then Ford jumped out of the way and pushed him down. Was his sin not getting punched in the face? You know, a lot of people did describe Ford as punchable back in the day. I guess they thought it was a compliment and just wish he lived up to it. But like, even if the fighting was to continue, even if right at this moment Ford is about to, I don't know, just like kick Stan in the face or something, even if that is a possibility, is it bad that he stops because children are watching? He only stops for manipulative, nefarious purposes. Well, in that case, Ford, go ahead and punch him. Stanford Pines, you better stop virtue signaling and beat your brother to death in front of these children this instant. He should have kept fighting Stan and shown his truth, and instead he stopped punching Stan and hid his true nature under a veil of lies.
What you may perceive as plateaus of truth may actually be mountains of deception.
Is that good? I think that's good. We have fun here. Yeah, I'll admit it. That one was kind of a gimme. That's an easy thing to defend him against. How dare he stop fighting Stan? But you know what? I deserve it. I've earned it, okay? Especially because next on the list we have, I want my house back. Whew. Am I being paid well for this? Come on, Ford. In the episode, after Stan and Ford share their life story, they have this exchange in front of the mirror.
You can stay here for the summer to watch the kids. I'll stay down in the basement and try to contain any remaining damage. But when the summer's over, you give me my house back, you give me my name back, and this Mystery Shack junk is over forever.
So I should add here that over the years, I have seen some people try to defend Ford by saying that they interpret this as, technically, he just says he wants his house back. He doesn't say he wants Stan to leave. He's not saying that Stan needs to be kicked out of the house. And while I would love to believe that this is like the intended interpretation of the case, I mean, God knows it would make my defense way easier. Come on, man, he paid off your mortgage. It's very hard to defend you kicking a man out of your house after he pays your mortgage. Jesus Christ. I bet OJ's lawyer didn't have to go through this. I think that we're supposed to interpret this scene as him expecting Stanley to leave the house. He implies so in the journal, and it's how Alex Hirsch discusses the scene in the DVD commentary. So, for the purpose of this video, that's the interpretation we're going with, the really common one of, yes, he wants his house back, and that means he wants it back from Stan. But, like, wouldn't you? Ford, at this point, has lost basically most of his life. He lost the chance to ever get to know his family, to ever meet Dipper or Mabel. He lost the opportunity to be there for weddings, for babies being born. He lost 30 years of safety, of having his own roof over his head, and, of course, of not being wanted by every dimension for criminal activity that he found himself forced to do. The fandom understands that Stan's time as a homeless person running from the law was probably the worst time of Stan's life, for good reason. But Ford himself has been homeless for 30 years, and Stan stepped into Ford's life, into Ford's name, into Ford's home, and Stan found a family and security as a result. Is it so bad that Ford wants his house back? Have you ever walked through like an old classroom or the hallways of an old school and everything is the same, but everything is just slightly different now? Like everything has been shifted slightly to the left, and it's as though you were never a part of it to begin with? That's what Ford is going through on a dimensional scale. Like, look at the gift shop. It's a mockery of everything that Ford has ever loved. He says so in the journal. Remember, he came to Gravity Falls because he loves cryptozoology. He loves the strange and the unusual and the cryptids of this place. He feels at home among the anomalies. And then here's Stan's gift shop seemingly shitting all over it. Now, of course, I don't think that Stan meant anything of this nature when he made the murder hut, later renamed the Mystery Shack. He was just trying to pay off the mortgage. And of course, the cryptid shit was all that Ford had laying around. But I think anyone could understand why Ford might feel uncomfortable about it. Especially when, from Ford's perspective, Stan was the one who pushed him. Now, a lot of people like to mention that him falling through the portal was actually Ford's fault because Ford is the one who made the machine in the first place. But does that original sin of building the portal, a machine that he was tricked into making by Bill Cipher, a predatory demon, does that mistake mean that Ford deserves to lose the life that he built himself in the 80s? Does he no longer have a right to own that? To have anything in his name? To have his name? There's something to be said about the fact that when Ford was pushed out of this world, his body belonged to Bill. His life and his identity and his privacy wasn't his own. And now he's come back, and in a way, his life still belongs to someone else. Obviously, Bill and Stan aren't comparable, it's not the same situation, but I can't hold it against Ford that he wants his own agency, his own name, his own identity, his own life, after so much has been taken from him. Now, I'm gonna be clear. I think that Ford should let Stan stay in the house. Obviously. Stan does not deserve to be kicked out. I don't think anyone would argue that in good faith. But I also think that if I were in Ford's shoes, after all this time, I might also want to just live in my cabin and be left the fuck alone. I mean, like, y'all can disagree with him here. I want to be clear, I disagree with him here. I don't think he should kick Stan out, but I don't think it's as morally repugnant as a lot of y'all make it sound. I think that in Ford's eyes, Stan will bounce back from this. Stan will be fine. He doesn't have any reason to think that Stan was homeless to begin with. Stan was doing well. And honestly, I don't even think Stan was that upset about being told to leave. I think that Stan was upset about not being told thank you.
Speaking of which, not thanking Stan.
You really aren't gonna thank me, are you?
So let's go off the bat and say, I do think that Stan deserves a thank you. I think that every reasonable person watching Gravity Falls thinks that. What he did is no small feat. He deserves the fuck out of that thank you. Giving up 30 years of your life to pay the mortgage of a house that doesn't belong to you? Absolutely, you get a thank you. Giving up 30 years of your true self to live under a fake identity? 1000%, you get a thank you. Giving up 30 years of his life to rack his brain to try to restart a portal that Ford himself needed help from McGucket and Bill to start in the first place? The guilt alone would drive me mad. Yes, he deserves a thank you. But that doesn't mean that I don't understand why Ford might not want to give one. I'm gonna say something controversial yet brave. Everyone get those unlike buttons warmed up. If somebody who I loved fell through that portal, okay? Like if my husband fell through that portal, you know? And if I truly thought that bringing him back would end the world, there's plenty of fish in the sea. I'm joking. Kind of. But I mean, wouldn't you think twice about bringing someone back in those circumstances? If you had to decide on the same decision that Stan had to make, then that means that for your brother, you would be risking 1 billion more brothers, 1 billion children and mothers and fathers. And maybe for you it's a no-brainer and you would 100% make that gamble. By the way, no judgment if you would. Like, this is a purely fictional hypothetical case. There is no moral judgment being passed on you either way. I'm just asking you to think about it. But I don't know, man. I think that if I knew that somebody risked all that for me, I would be angry. Especially if I told them that it was dangerous. And especially if I had left warnings behind telling them not to do it. I would feel genuinely mortified that somebody, against my wishes, risked all that for me. I wouldn't want that guilt on my head. It's like the most fucked up trolley experiment. You all know the trolley experiment, right? Like, you know, you have 5 people tied to a track, and you need to decide if you're going to pull a lever and redirect a train away from those 5 people, and in the process, kill 1 person. And for the most part, everyone says that they would pull that lever, you know? It's a no-brainer. 1 life for 5. It's math, you know? It's just math. But if the person is someone that you know, and the 5 people are total strangers, well, now it's getting interesting, isn't it? But if I'm on a track, and the entirety of the rest of humankind is tied to the other track, and I am telling someone, do not pull that lever to save me, do not do it, just let it hit me. I don't know, man. I'm not a philosophy major. I'm barely a YouTuber. But I think I might just want my brother to not pull the fucking lever. And you know, save every man, woman, child, and pet dog on the planet. You know all the dogs die, right? Like, if the world ends, that's all the dogs. Do you want to kill all the dogs? I realized 5 seconds ago I said there's no moral judgment. I do mean that. This is a joke. It's fine. It's fine. This is a thought experiment. What I am saying is that I certainly wouldn't feel inclined to thank the person because they did pull the lever, even if, in the end, no people or dogs were injured in the process. Leave your thoughts on my morality in the comments down below so that I can get that engagement. Now, of course, you and I remember, probably more than Ford does, that his last words to Stan before falling through the portal were this.
Stanley, help me! Stanley, do something! Stanley!
Of course, even with the warning that Ford gave him, Stan was gonna try something. Like, I don't think anyone can blame him. I think anybody in his shoes would feel inclined to do so. But in Ford's shoes, knowing that one of the only bright sides of the whole situation, of losing my entire livelihood, losing basically the life that I lived, the only silver lining was that at least our world was safe and I didn't have that hanging over my head. I don't know, man. I would be so angry and so confused at being brought back. And even if the portal didn't kill anyone, I'd probably have this like pseudo-survivor's guilt living in my brain for the rest of my life. For an alternate version of events where everything imploded into white and the world just ceased to exist. Because at the end of the day, as far as Ford can tell, and as far as we know based on everything we knew about the portal before it was turned on again, like based on McGucket's warning, based on what we know from the journals, based on the message that we saw right before Stan confronts them in the basement, based on what we see in the series, it is a matter of luck that the only bad thing that happened was the creation of the rift. A rift that, of course, would go on to result in the apocalypse. And Ford understands that they got out with luck. He can't say thank you. How could he? The world is at risk again. The only silver lining he had, gone. This rift could let Bill Cipher in. Ford's worst nightmare could be brought back into his life. I don't know if I could find it in me to say thank you in that situation either. There is no giving back those 30 years that were lost. That's just gone now. Ford's back now, and he's an old man, and he only really has about 30 years left if Bill Cipher is correct.
Whoa, don't have a heart attack, you're not 92 yet!
Stan deserves a thank you, but I don't think Ford is a monster for not giving him one. Alright, let's move on to something a bit more lighthearted. Cycloptopus Gate. So, was Ford waiting on the other side of that vending machine with the Cycloptopus wrapped around his hand, waiting to make a grand entrance just to manipulate the children and also possibly put them all in danger? You know what? Sure, why not? I think he did do it, and he looked damn sexy doing it. I like the headcanon, actually. I think it's kind of cute. The fact that Stan told him, you're not allowed to be in your family's life, and he's just finding any excuse to go up there. And he's like, well, what's a good excuse? What's an excuse that makes sense? A flesh-eating monster? I guess if there's a flesh-eating monster on the loose, I have to go up there and see my grandniece and grandnephew that Stan won't let me interact with. Yeah, you know what? Fine. I'll give you guys this one. I like it. I think it's good, actually. That being said, y'all, this is a cold open. Like, they wanted to have Ford have a bombastic entrance after Stan and Mabel said this about Lazy Tuesdays.
Lazy Tuesday, you are delivering in a big way!
Yeah, it's nice to finally have a day where nothing interesting happens whatsoever.
I'm gonna do something that I don't like to do very often because usually people are like, you're overanalyzing a kid's show. And Gravity Falls is a show that, like, wants you to overanalyze it. It rewards you to hyperfixate on it. It's begging you to look at the tiny details and think about them and never stop thinking about them. And that's why I'm almost 30 and I have a Gravity Falls YouTube channel. But at the risk of being one of these obnoxious people, I'm just gonna say, I don't think it's that deep. But even if it was that deep, I don't mind it. I agree. He did that shit. Moving on. Oof. Telling Dipper to keep the rift a secret. You see how I keep giving myself easy ones and then hard ones? Like the Cycloptopus, that's easy. No one cares about the Cycloptopus, but this shit? Whew. Okay, let's go. Let's earn that YouTube money. I guess I'll get the kind of garbage assumptions about this out of the way. No. This scene is not a metaphor for grooming. It seems crazy that I need to say that, but Tumblr is a very wild place to be, isn't it? People saying that a secret held between any adult and any child is obviously predatory behavior. People saying it was a metaphor for sexual assault. Guys, I think that any interpretation here that this is purposefully predatory, especially in that way, is in such bad faith that I don't really think I have it in me to address it. He wants Dipper to keep it a secret because it's dangerous and because he knows he lives in a world with Bill Cipher, a creature that can impersonate people, and because it's really hard for him to know who can trust. As for why it's hard for him to trust people, I guess I have no idea why. I can't think of anything in Ford's life that would make it difficult for him to trust anyone. Really, honestly, his whole life has been nothing but people being kind and open-hearted to him. Practically speaking, if there's something dangerous in the household, you should tell everyone living in that household. It's just a smart thing to do.
Like, I think it's damn stupid of him not to. I do think that if he had told Mabel about the rift, obviously, she never would have given it to Blandon. She didn't even know what it was. But I don't think he told Dipper not to tell them because of some kind of moral failing, because I don't think that paranoia is a moral failing. The fandom did this a lot in 2015, 2016, and they do it a little bit less now, but it's still something that comes up a lot. The idea that Ford's paranoia is actively a sin that he is committing, and that the correct moral thing to do is to trust his family. There are 1,000,001 reasons why he might not want to trust people, including members of his family. In fact, in the journal, he explains it by saying that he's just seen Mabel break a lot of snow globes. And the fact that he does trust Dipper with this information, the fact that he does show Dipper the rift, isn't a sign that he doesn't have paranoia. It's a sign that he just really trusts Dipper because he found a kindred spirit. There's nothing wrong with the fact that he warmed up to one of them before he warmed up to the other. A lot of people saw this as like a purposeful way for him to separate Dipper and Mabel, because he trusts Dipper, because he loves Dipper and thinks Dipper is great, but he's not so sure about this Mabel person. But like, why would they think that? It's like they thought that he hated Mabel or something. The next sin is that he hates Mabel or something. Roll the clip.
I like this kid. She's weird.
Do I need to say more? Okay, you know what? Let's try to engage with this, okay? Throughout the show, Ford doesn't say a single bad thing about Mabel. He doesn't call her any names. He doesn't imply that she's not trustworthy or imply that she's a bad person. He might not warm up to her and trust her as soon as he trusted Dipper, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't think she's trustworthy, by the way, y'all. Like, that's not how paranoia works, and we'll get there when we get there. But he notably doesn't say anything bad about Mabel. Every single canon interaction between the two of them is positive. This is expanded way more into journals. He is delighted by her sweaters, and he even wants her help in knitting his own. He would love a sweater by Mabel. He thinks that she's interesting and unusual and bright. He is instantly charmed by her enthusiasm and overjoyed to be a grunkle to her and Dipper. Throughout the entire series, the show, the comics, the journal, the Book of Bill, and that godforsaken website, he never once implies that he feels anything for Mabel other than love. So where do people get the idea that he hates her? Nowhere!
We made this one up. It never happened. It never happened. It's fiction.
The closest thing that people have to evidence that he hates or dislikes Mabel is that he doesn't spend as much time with her as he does Dipper, which obviously, yeah, they have more in common on a surface level. But also, he's only in like 7 episodes or something. He doesn't have much screen time with anyone. Period. Does the fact that he doesn't have screen time with Seuss means that he harbors a deep hatred of Seuss? You're allowed to be wrong. It's your God-given constitutional right to be wrong. Amen and hallelujah. But like, I don't know where you're backing this up from. He does not think that she's annoying. He does not think that she is stupid. He does not think that she is a burden in Dipper's life or in his own. He does not think that she is untrustworthy or conniving or too much of a wild card to be controlled, unlike Dipper, who is able to manipulate to his whims. And oh, we'll get to that. When these kids are in danger, he bangs on the bars of his prison and begs for their safety. In one of the only interactions that he has with Mabel in the entire series, one of the only direct interactions in the last Mabel Corn, he puts a hand on her shoulder, looks her in the eyes, and tells her that she is a good person. If you think that Ford hates Mabel, or would ever purposefully hurt Mabel, ever purposefully raise a hand or a weapon against Mabel, it was made up by a writer. It's fiction. You're wrong. Hell, there's more in the journal saying that he dislikes Dipper than he dislikes Mabel, because he does think that Dipper's kind of an annoying, sweaty little shit at first. And yeah, sometimes people think kids are annoying. He's not even calling Dipper annoying to his face or anything like that. He's just writing it in his diary. He's having a private thought because he saw that Dipper scribbled in his journal. It's okay.
He isn't going out of his way to be mean to Dipper. He isn't going out of his way to ignore Dipper. I mean, if y'all remember, he might have unleashed a flesh-eating cycloptopus just to get a glance at the kids. And also, he takes it back like 5 minutes later, after actually having a minute to interact with the kid. But my point, even more so, is that based on first impressions, based on everything we see between Ford and Mabel, and especially based on what he's written about her in the journal, he loves Mabel. And he has no problem with her. Oh man, when you look at that, it looks like we got to the end of the list. Just kidding. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. Oh, hey, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. But, while I have you, I want to talk to you about something very important to me. I've mentioned this before on this channel, but I'm a Palestinian person. So, as you can imagine, the last year has been incredibly painful. I know we're all kind of going through it right now, but I wanted to talk to you guys about a project that I've started that I'm really excited about. The project, which includes 40 Gravity Falls fan artists, some of which you might have heard of, I'm going to have a bunch of names going up on the screen right now, involves taking stickers, keychains, charms, standees, posters, prints, etc., designed by Gravity Falls fan artists and giving y'all the opportunity to buy them in a mystery box. The project is called Mystery Twin Mystery Bags, and it will include mystery boxes at different tiers that involve a random assortment of items designed by these fan artists. The smallest tier will be as cheap as $10, and then it'll go all the way up to a really big tier that involves over 40 pieces, some of which are handmade. We're talking prints, we're talking posters, we're talking bath bombs and soaps. I'm gonna show you a few of the designs right here, just like a couple of them. Here's one, here's another one. Ooh, this one's gonna be a pin. I'm also designing an item for the mystery box. I made this washi tape. You can maybe get this washi tape if you buy a box. Who's to say? But I can't show you any more, because otherwise the mystery bag wouldn't be a mystery. You might be wondering, what does all of this have to do with Gaza? Well, all of the proceeds sold from this mystery project are going to go directly to the Samir project, which provides tents, medical assistance, food, and so on and so forth to people living in Gaza. Pre-orders for Mystery Twin Mystery Bags go live on December 1st. And if you don't want a mystery box, there is a bit of a side project. It's called Mystery Shack After Hours, and it includes some specific items related to Stan and Ford, which aren't being revealed yet. Oh, but when they are they halal? No. But the money is gonna go to Gaza, okay? The after hours items will not be included in mystery bags. Mystery bags are strictly family friendly. If you would like to see these items as they're unveiled or as we post previews, check out the social media accounts that I've put on the screen for Mystery Twin Mystery Bags. This is a project that me and the other mods have worked really tirelessly on for the last few months. I've been actively grieving for the past year, and I really mean that. I don't really have the biggest platform on YouTube, but I want to use whatever platform I do have to do some good. You know, if nothing else comes from my time on YouTube except for help going to Gaza, then I'll be satisfied. If you have been considering subscribing to my Patreon, don't. Put the money towards this instead. Save up your money for the project. This is something I care deeply about. Alright, on that note, let me go back to defending Ford. That son of a bitch. So, moving on. Next on the list, we have Lightbulb Gate. You'll probably notice there's a handful of things on this list that are on this list simply because I heard them enough in 2015, 2016, and 2017 that they stuck with me like gum. And this is one of them. It's the idea that Ford didn't just change the light bulb because a light bulb was out, but instead that he changed it for evil, nefarious, selfish reasons, like a whore. I don't even know what to do with this. I've just seen it around enough that I just wanted to say that if you are mad at him about the light bulb, don't be. One that isn't as easy. The mind control tie. He unprompted, like Dipper didn't even go, is there a way that I can control Stan's mind? He just offered it. He offers Dipper, a 12-year-old boy, a tie that can control anyone's brain, and then just kind of tells him, use it responsibly and all, and then Dipper proceeds to not use it responsibly. He and Mabel manage to not only emotionally scar Seuss, but commit... I mean, I think this is election fraud. I think if the guy running for office is secretly another guy, I think that's election fraud. So, like, Ford, this is bad. Don't give 12-year-olds mind control ties. Like, he's essentially assuming that Dipper's judgment must be better than Stan's, which isn't fair. It is a funny bit. I do laugh when he gives him the tie and then goes,
Yes, yes. Use it responsibly and all.
I do laugh. But that is a bad thing. I'm putting that with the stolen indigenous artifacts and things that he did that were wrong, okay? But there's something deeper going on here. You see, when he gives Dipper the mind control tie, he tells Dipper that the tie was used by Ronald Reagan's masters.
A long time ago, I designed a prototype for Ronald Reagan's masters. Just get Stan to wear this, and you can make him a literal talking head.
Implying that Ronald Reagan's presidency is at least somewhat Ford's fault. Ronald Reagan, as y'all probably know, was bad. Not a great guy, very, very bad. But I also don't think you could, like, blame Ford for Ronald Reagan. Going by the journal, the mind control tie was just like a college project that he worked on that the Men in Black came to just kind of grab without his permission. It was a project on political persuasion. The fuck kind of school was Backups More anyways? That was funded by the government, and then when he won, the agents just kind of took it. He did not know that the mind control tie would go on to help Ronald Reagan get elected, if for no other reason than because he was in college throughout the early to mid-70s. He had no idea a Ronald Reagan was on the horizon. You can't just say Ford did an entire Ronald Reagan. That's not on him. He was just a college student. Underneath possibly getting Ronald Reagan elected, we have giving Mabel the crossbow. And you see a little etc. here, because I'm also including various forms of recklessness with these children. So there were a lot of accusations of this nature back in 2015 and 2016 of the various ways that he put these kids in danger and was not a very good caretaker. And you know, if I wanted to do a bad faith takedown of Stan by pointing out all the ways he was a bad caretaker, I probably could, but that would not absolve Ford of any wrongdoing. But, you know, he kind of gives the reasons himself when he says this.
I haven't been in this dimension for a while. It's okay to give children weapons, right?
Psh, come on, dog.
Y'all, he's been with the aliens for 30 years. Like, I don't know. I think we can't blame him for being a bit skewed there. And also, I think the show mostly meant these bits as bits. I did see some more, like, pointed accusations that he maybe, like, purposefully gave Mabel a crossbow because he didn't care if she got hurt. Or that he removed the ladder from the UFO because he wanted to force Dipper to use the magnet gun instead of using a ladder. There's no evidence that there used to be a ladder laying around that he then removed. People just made shit up all the time. Is the reckless raising of children bad? Yes. But there's also a lot of cartoon logic at hand. This is on the list because I saw it enough times and enough people mentioned it to me. I don't think anyone nowadays really treats this as one of his sins with a capital S, you know? Speaking of sins with a capital S, though, not believing that Mabel could actually get the unicorn hair. So, in the show, after sending Mabel to get the unicorn hair, because she probably has the best chances out of any of them,
I'm probably the most pure of heart person in this room.
That's true. She has a point.
I can't argue there.
He tells Dipper that the chances of Mabel actually getting it are pretty slim.
So what are the odds she gets that hair?
Unlikely.
And people have kind of taken this and paired it up with the he hates Mabel arguments, by saying that it's evidence that he doesn't believe in Mabel, or that he thinks Mabel is stupid, or that he doesn't think that she's capable, or any manner of things. And, I don't think so. So he says himself that the unicorns are incredibly frustrating, and as an adult, he was not able to get their hair. It's possible that Celestabelle Bethabelle gave Ford the same shtick that she later gives Mabel, that you need to be pure of heart to get some of their hair. And seeing as he didn't get any hair, it probably means that the unicorns treated him the way 2015 Tumblr did, and just told him that he was a shitty person. But if he found the unicorns particularly frustrating and found that, they were difficult to deal with when he was an adult, why wouldn't he have doubts that a 12-year-old would do it? Especially considering a child would be going into the middle of the woods to find the last unicorn, something that, by the way, Ford does trust her to be able to do. But it is also something that doesn't sound particularly easy. At the end of the episode, like I mentioned, he puts a hand on her shoulder and tells her that she's a good person. And I don't think I'm alone in interpreting this as meaning that he knew what the test of the unicorns was, and he knew that it was a difficult one to pass, and he's proud of her for passing it.
With this unicorn hair, we'll be able to completely shield the shack from Bill's mind-reading tricks.
Is it okay?
Better than okay. It's perfect. You've protected your family. You're a good person, Mabel.
Him having a contingency plan just in case doesn't mean that he thinks Mabel is stupid. Y'all are just making things up. Bill Cipher downright tortured this man. He's allowed to have a backup plan because he's afraid that one plan might not work out. Y'all gotta calm down. Next on the list we have Dipper, my face is on fire. Yeah, no, this was kind of a bit of a dick move.
Dipper, my face is on fire!
I'll just be a sec. Great Uncle Ford, are you okay?
Oh, yes, I'm fine. I just said that to make sure you'd come in here quickly.
I don't think it's as serious as some people make it out to be. Where he's purposefully trying to traumatize Dipper. Ford has seen Dipper panic. He knows that Dipper is sensitive. Why would he call him into the room like this? I've heard that quite a bit. This is also going to go into the category of I don't think it's that deep. But if we want to treat it with depth, then yeah, that's not a really cool thing to do, but it also seems on the same level as a practical joke. Like, when Dipper goes in, Ford is obviously not in any kind of danger. He's just kind of patting on some aftershave there. I suppose if you want to take it seriously, you can, but there's just so many more things on this list that we've talked about that have so much more depth to them and so much more, actual immorality to them. Yeah, this is more of a footnote on the list of things that Ford does that people either take as confirmation that Ford is evil and horrible and bad and, manipulating children or whatever the fuck they say. It's a one-off line that some writer thought was funny. Moving on. Asking Dipper to be his apprentice. Now we're talking.
Dipper, I've been thinking. I'm getting too old to investigate Gravity Falls on my own. I need to train an apprentice to help me fight monsters, solve mysteries, and protect this town. And I think I'd like to keep it in the family.
Would asking Dipper to be his apprentice be bad for Dipper? Yeah, I think so. I think Dipper would probably do better in a school surrounded by other kids. I think that being around other kids will kind of push him to be more social, and that's something that he struggles with. I mean, I'm not a parent or anything. I've just seen Super Nanny, but, that seems like a wise thing to do. I think most people are in agreement that Dipper taking the apprenticeship would have been bad. I've seen a lot of Ford defenders say, well, actually, it could have been great for him. It would have been the opportunity of a lifetime, at least from where Dipper is standing. And, I see where they're coming from. It's definitely, a cool opportunity, but I personally don't think it would be as good for Dipper's, social development as going through the whole K-12 drudgery and getting that over with. School was hell, but, it's probably for the best that I interacted with as many people as I did. Think about how weird I'd be if I didn't. No, I can't say that. That's mean to people who've been homeschooled. Fuck. That being said, Even if I don't think it necessarily is a wise decision or a wise opportunity to present to Dipper, do I think that it's, like, wrong of Ford to ask? No. So I've seen it pointed out that in the DVD commentary, Alex Hirsch has this to say about Ford and Dipper's relationship.
Ford offers Dipper this apprenticeship because Ford sees Dipper as somebody who's special like himself.
Yeah.
And that's Ford's great flaw is arrogance. Dipper is a smart kid, but Ford's projecting.
Yeah.
Ford loves Dipper because he sees someone who will tell him yes to everything.
Right,
Who will never
exactly.
challenge him, who will do a really insane, dangerous mission.
So I have more to say about this that I'll expand on later, but what I will say is that I don't think we're supposed to take this as Alex Hirsch meaning that this is the only reason why Ford loves Dipper. I mean, going by the show and Journal 3, he loved the kids even before he got to know Dipper. And in fact, Dipper's fanboy tendencies were off-putting to Ford at first, going by the journal. It would be contradictory to assume that his affection only stems from Dipper's proclivity to say yes. Just because Ford enjoys being around someone who agrees with him, and he does enjoy the fact that Dipper looks up to him, that doesn't mean that he had, like, nefarious purposes in presenting this opportunity to Dipper. Guys, Ford went 30 years without any family except a photograph in his coat. He has a nephew who doesn't deride his interests and who shares his passion for the paranormal. He didn't even know he had a grandnephew until very recently. Of course, he sees this as a way to make up for lost time. It isn't just about having a little minion following him around. But also, sometimes people act like Ford was forcing Dipper to say yes. Like, he told Dipper his perspective, he hyped it up a bit, but do you really think that Dipper couldn't say no? Like, do you think Ford would beat the child for saying no? And there is something to be said about how much Dipper respects Ford. Like, maybe he would have been less inclined to say no even if he didn't want to do it. But that doesn't mean that Ford wouldn't have listened, that Ford is asking this with bad intentions, or any number of things that people have said about this situation. I think that Ford is a deeply lonely man who for the last 30 years has had to come to terms with the fact that he will probably be alone for the rest of his life, that he may very well die in the multiverse, and now he's given a second lease at life. I mean, on the other side of this whiteboard, I mentioned people were complaining that he cut his family off. This is him trying to have a family member in his life. And yeah, maybe it should be Stan, but he and Stan aren't on good terms right now on account of the whole I was pushed through a portal thing. I've also seen people listed as a red flag that he says this about school.
What about school?
Dipper, I have 12 PhDs. Your parents would be thrilled I could give you such an advanced education. If you're so sure of what you want out of life, why wait? Why put up with the drudgery of school?
Oh, so when he implies to Dipper that he can give him a specialized education so that Dipper can skip the K-12 drudgery, it's suddenly horrible and awful and dismissive of the importance of secondary education. But when Ford wants to go to West Coast Tech, it's just a school? Why is he so upset about losing that opportunity? Okay, y'all. Is college important or not? Shit! However, way fewer people took issue with him saying that during this conversation than saying this. Isn't it suffocating? And the whiteboard ink is kind of faded here, but it also says projection. I guess I'll first address the isn't it suffocating part, because some people take this snippet of the conversation.
There's also Mabel. She'd be all alone in California.
Mabel will be fine on her own. She has a magnetic personality.
Gosh, we've never really been apart before.
And isn't it suffocating? Dipper, can you honestly tell me you never felt like you were meant for something more?
And again, take it as evidence that he hates Mabel or that he thinks Mabel is a net negative in Dipper's life, when that's not what he was saying. He says, isn't it suffocating, not in response to Dipper having a twin, or even in response to him having a twin, but to the idea of never being apart from your twin.
Gosh, we've never really been apart before.
And isn't it suffocating?
If y'all remember, one of the reasons why he thinks that Stan sabotaged his project, or at least why he thought that he might have done it intentionally, is because Stan couldn't stand the fact that Ford was going away.
This was no accident, Stan. You did this. You did this because you couldn't handle me going to college on my own.
And he's right. Stan wasn't able to process that. Stan was angrily punching the table that the science fair project was on because he couldn't stand the idea of Ford going away because, quote, Stan would be just one half of a dynamic duo. But even beyond that, as we mentioned, they named them both Stan. These two brothers were constantly compared to one another. They didn't have a single moment that was just their moment. If you watch the Italian to Stan's video, you saw the trophy scene. I'm not talking about the trophy scene here, but oh, you saw the trophy scene. Ford and Stan both had this pent-up resentment during their teenage years that only worsened with time. Now, of course, Ford doesn't realize that it's because he and Stan didn't communicate. Ford and Stan are in their 60s. They don't think communication is real. They think communication is something made up by the liberals at Big Communication to sell you more communication. Wake up, sheeple. But when he is saying, isn't it suffocating, he's not talking about having a sibling, or loving your sibling, or about Stan specifically, or Mabel specifically. He's talking about never being away from them. And let me tell you, as someone with many siblings, not even twins, just siblings, yes, that can be suffocating. And if Karen and Philbrick treated the Stans with some individuality and, encouraged them to be good at what they were each individually good at instead of comparing them to one another, yeah, I can see their relationship going differently. I'll also say that when you are in that position where you are the model citizen that the rest of the siblings need to look to for comparison, you feel resentment about the role. It puts you in a tough situation again and again and again, where your accomplishments aren't just this cool thing that you did, but also a source of punishment for the people around you. Not to mention, we can't dismiss the idea that Stan was also someone that Ford was likely compared to as well. Remember, Stan was the one who was good at boxing. Stan was the one who, at least in their youth, was more athletic. Stan was the one with personality. I do know for a fact that Ford compared himself to Stanley. He says it in Book of Bill. I bet Stanley would have made her laugh, huh? Now, does that situation apply to Dipper and Mabel? No, of course not. Everything in the series that we see points to Dipper and Mabel being individuals who don't really compare themselves to one another, at least outside of one episode. They each have their own insecurities, yes, but it's never a point of, I wish I was more like Mabel, or I wish I was more like Dipper. That isn't the bulk of their arc. And Ford is guilty of projection. Something that I'm sure nobody on Tumblr would ever do. How's that raccoon shed treating you? And the thing about that projection is, we can obviously tell where it's coming from. Ford doesn't have a lot of points of reference to how Dipper and Mabel are being treated. Ford does not know anything about their upbringing because he wasn't physically in this dimension to see it. All he has are assumptions that he is making based on his limited relationships. He is encouraging Dipper to think about his own future. Because Dipper's reasons for holding back here aren't that Dipper doesn't want to do it. It's that, he and Mabel haven't been apart, and, will Mabel be okay? And Ford sees that as a bit of a red flag for reasons that I think are pretty obvious. He does not want to encourage that proclivity in Dipper. I wouldn't either. Is he projecting that Dipper is in a similar situation to him? Yes, of course. This is shown even further when Dipper comes into the room later on in the episode, and he asks,
Let me guess, Mabel didn't take it well?
He's remembering the way that Stan took it, when he told Stan that he wanted to go to the other side of the country. He thinks that separation is healthy, because it's something that he desperately needed as a teenager, and Dipper is about to be a teenager himself. He thinks he's helping. Is he correct? No. But just because someone is incorrect doesn't mean that they're, purposefully trying to ruin a family. That they're trying to isolate two siblings so that one of them is sad on purpose. Is he maybe a bit too quick to assume that Mabel will be fine?
Mabel will be fine on her own. She has a magnetic personality. I watched her become pen pals with the pizza delivery man in the 60 seconds he was at the door.
I mean, yeah, I think so, but I also think that Ford's speaking from the place of someone who's never had that kind of magnetic personality, never had that proclivity to make friends and chat up someone new and be charming. He doesn't know what that's like, and he assumes that it makes life a lot easier because his lack of ability to do it made his life a bit of a living hell, at least going by the Book of Bill. Okay, next. Being so cocky that he doesn't predict that the alien robots are still activated. This was a thing. This was a thing. I do remember this. So I'm gonna put this in the same category as him knowing that there might be alien security bots and him still taking Dipper down there for reckless, evil reasons, which we've kind of already touched on. And of course, my favorite batshit theory, that he purposefully activated the robots so that he could test Dipper somehow, which has the same energy as he purposefully cracked the rift, by the way, which was a theory that quite a few people held. As Alex Hirsch said, Weirdmaggedon is Ford's nightmare. He did not want this to happen. I don't know what y'all are doing. But, okay, the alien security bots. How did he handle that whole deal? He says that he used to go down to the UFO with McGucket all the time, and that there is no security measure in place because seemingly he and McGucket didn't activate any.
McGucket and I used to come down here all the time to raid their tech and study their language. This is their storage facility. This place would have been heavily guarded, but now everything's defunct. Go ahead, flip any switch. They've all been busted for millions of years.
Now, I don't know how true the statement is that he and McGucket used to go down there all the time. We do know that a lot of the metal and a lot of the materials for the portal came from the UFO, so that does kind of back that idea up, but he really only describes one expedition, the one to get the hyperdrive in Journal 3. But seeing as he and Dipper just kind of like accidentally happened to, trip up the tripwire that turns on the robots, yeah, I can believe that he didn't know about them, and I don't think that's a sign of him being cocky or underestimating the danger. I think he has, at least a year and a half of experience of going down there and nothing happening. I also wouldn't assume that there's an evil robot. Yeah, I don't know, I never really vibed with that one. Didn't try to save Mabel during Weirdmaggedon, and instead trying to kill Bill first. Yes. The final piece of the Ford hates Mabel puzzle.
Mabel, the rift must have cracked inside her backpack. She must be in danger. I have to go find her. Mabel, come in, Mabel. Mabel!
Dipper, listen to me. We can find your sister soon, but first we have to stop Bill. If we can blast him back through the rip he came out of, we just might be able to stop him before his weirdness spreads across the entire globe.
This isn't a sign that he doesn't love Mabel. It's a sign that he thought killing Bill would be more efficient than trying to find Mabel in the woods. He knew where Bill was. Bill was floating around the town square. They did not know where Mabel was. And realistically, Mabel would be in a hell of a lot less danger in the apocalypse if the apocalypse wasn't happening. If you're standing in front of a fire with a bucket of water, are you gonna stop and look for your cat when you don't know where the cat is? Or are you gonna throw the water and get rid of what is causing the danger in the first place? Obviously, chaos and evil and possibly the end of the world is coming out of this hole in the sky. Ford wants to plug up the hole in the sky. I don't mean this as a criticism of Stan, and I know that he was also in danger during Weirdmaggedon, but Stan didn't go looking for Mabel or Dipper either. And even if we want to assume that he's actually been looking for the kids off-screen all week by the time that we get to Weirdmaggedon 3, the fact that he didn't find them shows that it wasn't necessarily easy to locate them. Which means that if Ford hadn't missed his shot to kill Bill while in the bell tower, it would have been the right call to do that first. And also, even if they did stop and get Mabel first, What would that accomplish outside of giving Bill more time to turn more people into statues and to possibly wreak more havoc? I don't know, man. I think Ford's reasoning here makes a lot of sense. Is there a part of Ford that is probably more inclined to do this because it's been his lifelong obsession to kill Bill Cipher for many years? I mean, yeah, I think so. He's definitely influenced by that. He's definitely influenced by the fact that he's been wanting nothing more than to kill Bill Cipher with his own two hands since the 80s. But that doesn't mean that he's not correct in wanting to do it, or that stopping Bill wouldn't save Mabel, because it probably would.
Going back to the bucket of water analogy with the cat, even if you're very eager to put out the fire for self-affirming reasons, if that fire and you have personal grudges against each other, and you would personally get a lot of personal satisfaction out of throwing the bucket of water, I think you should still put it out. God forbid you put out the fire in an egotistical way. How would your cat ever forgive you?
Ford had every reason to believe that he would be the one to kill Bill Cipher. After all, in Journal 3 we found out that the Oracle tells him as much. The Oracle tells him, you have the face of a man who will kill Bill Cipher. And yes, I know that that's pretty obviously a reference to Stan. Maybe Ford should have put that together because he knows that he has a twin brother, but he has no reason to think that Stan would be the one to do it. He's the one who's been trying to kill Bill for 30 years at that point. Next we have Grammar Stanley. Alright, let's look at this whole scene from the top, okay? Ford explains the prophecy. He explains that this is a way that will stop Bill Cipher, it'll undo all of Weirdmaggedon, it'll end the apocalypse, and all they need to do is hold hands and stand in a circle. Stan says this.
You realize this is a bunch of hogwash, right? You really think some caveman graffiti is gonna stop that monster?
Stan, it is obvious that magic is real. For the last week, you've been hiding in a shack that is protected by unicorn magic. There's no reason not to believe all of this mumbo-jumbo. And also, everyone is glowing. McGucket's beard is floating with mystical energy. Like, you should believe in this mumbo-jumbo.
I'm not the enemy here, people. Don't forget who literally created the end of the world.
I'm sorry, Stanley. I know. Just help me fix it, please.
So, Ford acknowledges that he at least believes that the apocalypse is his fault, but he's just trying to fix it. Just please, Stan, hold my hand. Let's fix this. And Stanley demands a thank you.
Fine, just do one thing. Say thank you. What? I spent 30 years trying to bring you back into this dimension, and you still haven't thanked me. You want me to shake your hand? Say thank you.
I understand why Stan needs this thank you. You know, like, this is really important to him. This thank you is something that he deserves, as I've mentioned. But also, timing, Stanley. So Stan knows the stakes here. He knows what's going on. He knows that this is something they need to do to stop the end of the world. He's using stopping the apocalypse as a token in this ultimatum. Like, no, Ford, I won't hold your hand. I won't end the apocalypse. I won't save the lives of our grandniece and grandnephew and everyone else in town unless you thank me. And the thank you that he gets is one that's clearly, like, not one that Ford really means. It doesn't sound very sincere.
Fine. Thank you.
And I don't blame Ford for not sounding really sincere. He has spent the last couple of days being tortured.
No!
He's trying to end the apocalypse after days of torture, and Stan is demanding a thank you now? I don't get it. I don't get you people. And then Stan needs to rub salt into it one more time. He already has started annoying his brother. He's been needling him this whole time, and he says this.
See? Between me and him, I'm not always the bad twin.
And Ford takes the bait.
Between him and me. Grammar, Stanley.
Oh, Grammar Stanley, you!
So everyone on the internet kind of acknowledges that this is Ford's fault. That because he just couldn't shut up, he just needed to be egotistical, he just needed to, like, correct his brother and get the last word in, and he just needed to correct his grammar, and because of that, it all fell apart. But, like, I think he was doing pretty good given what Stan handed him 5 minutes ago. We've been doing a lot of, like, you know, perspective work and character work and really trying to get to the bottom of why characters are doing the things they're doing. Understanding that instead of just hand-waving it and saying, oh, so-and-so is a terrible, awful, shitty person. And so I want to give Stan the same grace here. Stan has been... He's been going through it. He's being kicked out in a week. He just, in his mind, just spent 30 years bringing back a guy who won't even thank him. Like, I get where Stan is coming from. I really do. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. But I think that Ford's reaction here is probably, like, one of the most understandable things we get out of him, to be honest. Ford even apologized before this, before Stan asks for the thank you. And then after he corrects Stanley's grammar, Stanley, knowing the stakes of the circle, again, let's go, and they start arguing. And, you know, then Bill shows up, and we've seen the rest of the scene. You've all seen this show. I agree with everyone that Ford shouldn't have taken the bait, since he knows what's on the line here. He should be above this retaliation to Stan's comment. But if we do say this, shouldn't we also say that Stan should be above the retaliation to the retaliation? I'm not saying this is Stan's fault, just that the fault is equally shared, and that is not a sentiment that's shared by everyone. I think people might just be blinded by how annoying it is to be corrected on your grammar. But hey, I'm not defending Ford against being annoying, I'm just defending him against being a bad person. Let's move on. Letting Stanley get his memory wiped. Ford physically couldn't do it, first of all. Like, he had the metal plate in his head. There was no way that Ford was going to be able to get Bill in his head and then erase his own memory.
If I didn't have this darn plate in my head, we could just erase him with the memory gun when he steps inside my mind.
Stan had to be the one to do it. And I think if you take Stan's sacrifice that he willfully gave, in order to save his grandniece and his grandnephew's lives, as well as the rest of the lives of the town, and then kind of go, oh, well, actually, this is all Ford's fault. This isn't a heroic thing that Stan did, it's an evil thing that Ford did. I think you're not only missing the point, but you're really diminishing the impact of what Stan is giving here. Like, yeah, of course Stan does get his memory back by the end of the episode, but it's this serious thing that Stanley agrees to give. In fact, I don't even really think that Ford is the one who told Stan to do it. I don't think Ford would have told Stan, hey, you need to do this. I don't think anyone is more heartbroken about this than Ford. For all of Stan and Ford's disagreements, we never get the idea that Ford hates Stan. Like, he still talks about him in the journal, even from the years that they're apart when Ford's in his 30s. He never wanted his brother to get hurt. He never wanted his brother to get killed. He never wanted his brother to be homeless. And he, of course, wouldn't want his brother to have his memory wiped. I think for all of the complaints that Ford has about Stan, all of the things that he writes in his diary about him when he's angry, I think for all of that, it weakens the character in a way that's completely unnecessary to just assume that this is something that he did. Is it his fault that Stan gets his memory wiped to begin with? I mean, if you believe that the apocalypse is truly his fault, then I guess in that sense, yes. But, like, you'll know that Bill is the one who caused the apocalypse, right? Like, there was an evil demon? He's bright yellow, has a top hat. Did you forget about him? Well, we're coming down to the wire now. Like, I can't think of anything else that Ford did throughout the series. So let's see what else is on here. Huh. Spending his entire life thinking Stan is just a selfish, bumbling leech? That's such a weird thing. Just assuming that he spends his entire life hating Stan. This doesn't feel right. I don't even know who would say something like this. Is it even someone who's read the journals? Oh? Oh? It's Alex Hirsch?
Alex, you're great, but you're making this video kind of tough right now, so I kind of hate you right now. Something I'm gonna say right off the bat about quotes like this from an interview is that these interviews are often edited for clarity. And as someone who has interviewed Alex Hirsch, I can shed some light on what that means. So I had no issue providing a transcript that was like 1,000,000 pages long, including almost everything that Alex said during my conversation with him, along with fellow YouTuber that GFN. But this isn't really something that you could do if you're like, I don't know, a major entertainment news website. These interviews are often going to be abridged by an editor, or at least be shortened for brevity. This is standard practice, and as a matter of fact, it usually says so in the article if this is what has happened. Sometimes it can be as simple as just like taking out little O's and ums and little verbal habits that people have, or cutting out unfinished sentences if someone moves on to a new thought in the middle of the first thought. But sometimes it can be shortening entire paragraphs into one paragraph, kind of condensing the point into something that's a bit more readable and a bit more scannable for an audience. What this means, of course, is that something that might be hyperbole or something that might have needed some of the context around it to have the intended tone come across might be presented as just a straight quote, and as a result things can get misconstrued. Interviews aren't perfect. There is no perfect science to condensing something down for brevity. So I'm not going to take any of the interview clips that I read today as an extension of Alex's, moral beliefs, and as such, I would like y'all to not take my opinions of these statements as a moral judgment on Alex. But also, if the opinions I read today do happen to be Alex's straight opinions, and I disagree, guys, that's okay. I need y'all to stop getting mad in my comment section every time I disagree with Alex Hirsch. He did create a piece of art that I care a lot about, but he's also just some guy. Like any man on earth, he is just some guy, okay? He can be just some guy and also be deeply important to the fandom. He contains multitudes. Alex's opinions on the show, while supplementary and very helpful, is not the show. They're not the book. They're not the canon. The only thing that is canon, Alex has said, is the series itself. And sometimes on this YouTube channel, while I do, milquetoast media analysis, I'll get comments along the lines of, God, this bitch is so annoying. They think they know more than the creator of the show. Or whatever the fuck you guys say, I don't know. But we gotta remember, Gravity Falls had at least 13 different writers, as well as an assembly of storyboard artists who all helped contribute to and shape the story that we got. And according to IMDb, at least 3 of those writers were 3 different versions of Alex Hirsch. And sometimes those writers and animators and storyboard artists probably all disagreed. In fact, we know that they have. It's mentioned in half the DVD commentaries how they would often have disagreements about the direction to take a character, to take an episode. Sometimes they still disagreed on things that made it into the final episode. I've mentioned on this channel 8 times the DVD commentary moment where Rob Renzetti and Alex Hirsch disagree on whether or not Ford really would have kept the Infinity Die in a cheap plastic case. Alex has posed the question as to whether or not it's in character, but whether he thinks it is or not, it's in the show. It is now in character. It is ultimately part of who Ford is. It just means that different people with different opinions contributed to what the show and the series ultimately was. So treating Alex Hirsch as the end-all be-all of your interpretation of the show not only dismisses that he was a part of a team of people who all put a little bit of themselves into this series and into shaping these characters, but also just isn't how media analysis works. Because I'm going to tell you something about analysis, guys. It isn't just asking the guy who wrote it what he thinks. It's about engaging with the story and thinking about what it tells you regardless of what the author has said in separate statements. Imagine if people took it at face value when David Cage said that Detroit Become Human is a game about androids and not a game about racism. Dave, you hack!
The game has you graffitiing "I have a dream" on park benches. Of course it's about racism. I have complicated feelings about death of the author. I don't think that we should ignore completely what an artist puts into their work. I think that intent is part of the puzzle in how we interpret something, but I don't think it needs to be the biggest piece of that puzzle. If a writer writes a character who's intended to come across as kind of dry and sarcastic, but the audience sees it as the character being snobby and asshole-ish, well, just because the creator says, no, I meant for them to be sarcastic and kind of dry and have that sense of humor, it doesn't necessarily mean that the audience is gonna feel different when they watch the show. Intent is a part of it, but it doesn't invalidate the viewer's experience, which is equally a part of it. Hell, me liking Ford probably won't make some of you hate him less. Everything I've said about him, maybe I've changed some minds, but at this point in the video, if you hate Ford, you're probably gonna keep hating, and that's fine. Like I said, my job isn't to change your mind. I'm just here to talk about my boy. I say all this to say, it is incredibly common practice to analyze media separate to the opinions of the person who wrote it. It does not mean that I mean any disrespect to Alex Hirsch. It does not mean that I hate the show. It doesn't mean that I think he's a hack. It doesn't mean that I think I know more about the show than he does. It just means I've been to an English class. Actually, you know what, real quick, let me ask Alex what he thinks. Oh, Alex, I need to know, how do you feel about people disagreeing with you about your art? People disagreeing with your vision of the characters?
Yeah, anyone who disagrees with me, I hate them and I want them dead.
That sounds like a reasonable response. Alex is very capable of having a different opinion on Ford than I do and still standing as an expert on his own series. That being said, I have no idea what the fuck he's going on about here. I don't get it. He spent his entire life thinking Stan was a bumbling leech? What? Would I keep the photo of someone I thought was a bumbling leech in my jacket for 30 years? If I thought someone was nothing more than a bumbling leech, would I write in the margins of my diary about how I wonder how he's been, and about how we used to go camping in the Pines Barrens looking for the Jersey Devil? Would I say that my favorite place in Gravity Falls is the lake because it reminds me of my memories with that bumbling leech on the beach we used to grow up on? I need to believe that when Alex was talking here, it was hyperbole, because this just doesn't make sense. It doesn't at all match the way that Ford is presented in Journal 3. Ford might be someone who might write somewhere that Stan is nothing more than a bumbling leech, but his actions betray himself. The things that he writes and scribbles out, the stuff that he only writes down in code, the things that he thinks but doesn't let himself actually express. These are the things that he truly believes. So the idea that he really believes this about Stan doesn't just upset me because I like Ford. It also just feels incorrect. Don't get me wrong, he says some really mean things to Stan.
I'm giving you a chance to do the first worthwhile thing in your life and you won't even listen.
We've already talked about the argument. We already talked about everyone's state of mind going in, but I do think this is one of the meanest things that Ford says out loud in the entire series. Hell, it's one of the meanest things said by anyone on the series, not counting the evil geometry. But a moment like that, as well as the stuff he says about Stan being a criminal in Book of Bill, doesn't necessarily mean that he's spent his entire life thinking this of Stan. You can have mixed feelings about someone. You can be angry at them and hold a grudge and still not hate them. Not think that they're an inherently selfish person. The closest we get to this kind of tone in Journal 3 is this line here. Perhaps Stan can still prove his worth. This line always felt unfitting. It's never one that I felt Ford would write personally, but he has written it. The same way that Alex looks at the infinity-sided dies cheap plastic case and goes, I don't know about that. I look at this line and I go, I don't know about that. But you know what? It's in there. It's just as in there as the cheap plastic case, so I need to treat it as canon. And the only thing I could say is maybe he wrote it, and I don't really have a defense. I just don't think he means it. Perhaps he can yet prove his worth to me. It doesn't match, you know? Like the person who would write that sentence doesn't feel like the same person who would reminisce about Glacier Beach and the Jersey Devil. At least not to my ear, not the way I'm reading it. But, you know, taking it at face value, I guess all I'll say is that Ford treated these books like his fucking diary, okay? He wrote down his every thought. He wrote down his every impulsive thought. Sometimes people write down mean things in their diary that they don't necessarily mean. And sometimes people write down mean things in their diary that they do mean. Sometimes they are reminded of something awful that happened to them, and they get angry and they write it down. And, you know, it's like writing a letter that you don't intend to send. Maybe you mean it in that moment, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you'll mean it for the rest of your life. I think that that's probably how I'm going to interpret that. But yeah, this interview clipping, it never sat right with me. I mean, it almost sat as wrong with me as this other clip from the interview. The one where he says that perhaps Ford deserved to lose Stan. He's talking here about Stan losing his memory, and about how the show would have been very devastating if Stan never got his memory back, but Dipper and Mabel didn't deserve that. But perhaps Ford deserved to lose his brother. Ford might not have appreciated Stan enough. Like, he might have even thought he was selfish, and maybe he thought Stan was a bumbling leech, which is not something I believe, but even if that is the case, does that mean that he deserves for his brother to essentially die because of it? Is losing Stan a fitting punishment for the crime of not appreciating him enough? Is it a fitting punishment for not communicating with a family member that he cut off because he felt wronged? Do people deserve punishment in exchange for cutting off their family? Because different people are going to have very different takes on that. You know, someone with a good relationship with their family might feel that way, and, you know, gay people won't. I'm just saying, like, I don't think people should be punished for cutting off family for any reason at all. But perhaps when Alex said this, he wasn't talking about Stan. Perhaps he was talking about the biggest sin of all, ending the world. Which brings us to our next sin. Being so egotistical that he falls for Bill's lies in the first place. Basically, that Ford wouldn't have been a victim of Bill if he didn't deserve it. The idea that Ford made himself an easy target for Bill's lies because he had a big ego, an inflated sense of self, and thought of himself as the smartest person in the room, is a sentiment that's been echoed not just by Alex Hirsch and by select members of the fandom, but also implied to be believed by Ford himself. During Weirdmaggedon, he tells Stan that Stan would have never fallen for Bill's lies, that he would have seen Bill for the con man that he is.
Don't blame yourself. I'm the one who made a deal with Bill in the first place. I fell for all his easy flattery. You would have seen him for the scam artist he is.
The conclusion that the narrative seemingly wants us to walk away with is that the apocalypse wouldn't have happened if Ford didn't believe Bill. And that the biggest reason why Ford believed Bill is because Bill told Ford exactly what he already believed to be true. That he was that great mind once a century. That he was the only one smart enough to have a muse like Bill. And Ford ate that up because his ego was so big. Because of his own narcissism. We'll put a pin in that. Now, I'll admit it. I've never really liked this conclusion, and that's for multiple reasons. The first is that Bill has tricked many people. He's tricked Dipper, he's tricked Mabel, he's tricked Blandon. Are all of those instances because of ego? Bill has the ability to go into people's minds and see what it is they really want, what it is he's able to offer in exchange for a deal. In Mabel's case, it was an endless summer. In Dipper's case, it was to find the mysteries of Gravity Falls. And in Ford's case, it was being told he was smarter than everyone else? Let me tell you guys something, and I genuinely believe this to be true. If someone thinks of themselves as the smartest person, as the most competent person, as the brightest bulb in a room of very dim bulbs, they don't need a demon to tell them that. When Bill gets summoned by Ford, Bill is overjoyed, because Ford has all of the qualities that make someone easy to prey upon. And that isn't Ford's ego, it's the fact that Ford is deeply insecure and that he's isolated himself away from anyone who might be able to steer him away from Bill's plans. Do you guys recognize this language? Because it's the language that people used in 2015 to describe Ford. It's the language of an abuser. Bill is purposefully preying on Ford's weaknesses. He's purposefully seeking out somebody who is insecure, who needs to be validated, because that's the type of person that Bill can most take advantage of. It isn't that Ford simply likes being told that he's the smartest person in the room because he thinks it to be true. It seems more that Ford needs to be told that he's the smartest person in the room, that he needs to be told that he's special, because he doesn't really think that he is. Because Ford doesn't like himself. When Ford reaches out to Bill, he's deeply lonely. He doesn't have anyone. He doesn't have a support network. And Bill sees this as a feature, not a bug. Bill thinks this makes Ford a perfect rube. Ford calls Bill's arrival the greatest day of his life. Bill tells Ford that, yeah, he might be lonely, but that's because no one else understands him. No one else could possibly understand him, except, of course, a muse. Someone who speaks to brilliant people all the time. Bill even backs it up. He gives Ford predictions of the future. He tells Ford locations of specific cryptids and specific things that Ford's trying to find. He speeds up Ford's mind when it's sluggish, and he slows it down when he's anxious. Bill is purposefully creating an environment where Ford is dependent on him. And think about when they break up, when Ford realizes Bill's true nature. Look at the things that Bill says to Ford. Come on, Sixer. We both know you don't really want to be left alone. Admit it. You love how important I make you feel. You've always felt alone in a crowd, haven't you? Who else will give you this feeling again? Even if you got rid of me, you'd miss me. Admit it. You'd miss me. At the end of the day, we don't blame victims for making themselves the easy targets of predators. Though I guess if we didn't want Ford to be manipulated by Bill, he shouldn't have dressed like such an easy target. The book leans into the idea that Bill is an abusive ex. Now, whether that's an abusive ex-friend, abusive ex-boyfriend, I'm not going to tell you how to interpret it, but he's definitely abusive. In what world do we blame the victims of abuse for the things that their abusers did? In what universe is the lesson that we're supposed to walk away with the concept that somebody deserved it because of a trait that they had? Bill saw an easy target, but it wasn't because of Ford's ego. It was because of Ford's circumstances. It was because of Ford's solitude. And it was because of Ford's desperation to be validated, because he'd never had that his entire life. He was just a money ticket to his father. He was betrayed by Stan in a way that probably made him feel like he was being used. And he only feels at home in Gravity Falls, a place surrounded by freaks like him. Whether or not Ford has a problem managing his ego isn't even part of the equation here, or at least it shouldn't be. You can dislike a quality about someone without saying that it means they deserve abuse because of it. And even if you do think that this quality of Ford, that his enormous, unmanageable ego is something that deserves punishment, does it deserve this much punishment? Bill psychologically tortures Ford. He takes his body out on joyrides. He puts him through incredibly dehumanizing situations. He makes him eat things he doesn't want to eat. He has him roll around on the ground outside. He gets him a tattoo that Ford definitely didn't consent to get. He, in Ford's body, calls one of Stan's hotlines to tell Stan that he's going to kill himself. Ford wakes up on the roof of his house in a blizzard with the knowledge that he could have been pushed off the roof, but the only reason he didn't is because Bill considers him to be a plaything, a toy. Quote, "You're my property." Not to mention the physical torment. He has Ford beating against metal doors until his hands are bloodied. He has Ford driving nails through his palms like Jesus on a cross. He has Ford go into this hallucination state where Ford feels his bones breaking and being pulled apart. The pain makes him almost vomit. And then after this, he gets pushed through an interdimensional portal.
Stop! He's already dead.
Guys, Ford has been punished by the narrative for the sin of having a big ego. But having a big ego doesn't necessitate this much punishment. I don't think a single one of Ford's sins on the list, whether you think he did them or not, warrants this much punishment. I don't think all of them put together warrant this much punishment. Not this, not Bill, his abuser, coming back after 30 years, not Weirdmaggedon, and especially not losing his brother. And if anyone listening to this does believe that Ford deserved any of this, I don't get you. I want to get you. I want to understand where you're coming from, but in this case, I just don't think I can. I've had a lot of stress going into this video, partly because of the methodology I've gone with here. Because on one hand, I did want to include as many things as I could think of that I know people have criticized Ford for over the years, or said make Ford a bad person on this list. That way I don't have some pedantic nerd in my comments saying like, oh, you forgot about the time that he called Dipper a sweaty loser in Journal 3. How dare you? That's my #1 reason for hating him. But the thing about this methodology is that it does require me to remind the audience of every bad thing that Ford has ever done in one place. You know, the average Gravity Falls fan isn't actually as obsessed with the show as I am. Most of them haven't read Journal 3, as a matter of fact. There's probably a handful of you who don't know anything about Shermie Pines, or who maybe were reminded of the whole shapeshifter thing because of this video, because you haven't thought of it in a long time. The show ran from 2012 to 2016. It started 12 years ago. There are going to be things that Ford did that you forgot about. But I think people have also forgotten a lot of the context behind Ford's actions. I mean, think about the last, 40 years of his life. He spent 30 of those years homeless in multiple dimensions, on the run from dimensional authorities, and, doing God knows what, God knows where. He spent the time before then being tormented by Bill. He spent the time before then alone and sad in a cabin in the woods with no one to talk to. And he spent the time before then overworking himself probably half to death through half of college. And even before then, even when he was a kid with Stan growing up in New Jersey, he spent his childhood being told by his peers that he was strange, that he was a freak. This is someone who has been through so much. Maybe a whiteboard list of every sin that Ford's ever had isn't the best methodology to present to you if I'm trying to defend him. Because is this how you define a person? Do you just leave a tally mark of everything they've ever done and see if it's a net positive in the end? Is that how humanity works? You guys don't know what he's up against, what he's been through. I'll say it, I don't think Ford's done anything wrong. Hey, sorry, hate to interrupt you saying Ford did nothing wrong. But yeah, I just wanted to point out that, you forgot one.
What do you mean I forgot one?
You forgot one. It's on the whiteboard. It's right there. I'm looking right at it.
Oh, that? It's tiny. It's barely anything.
If it's tiny, then you should be fine looking at it, right? I mean, it's nothing.
Now?
It's like you said, Ford didn't do anything wrong, right? If that's true, then you should have no problem talking about the last thing on the list, don't you think? Come on, chop chop.
Oh no. Let's do this. So, the ways that Ford has treated Fiddleford throughout the series, through the show, Journal 3, the Book of Bill, the subsequent website, have probably given me some of the most complicated feelings I've ever had about a relationship dynamic in a children's cartoon that I've ever had. I truly am not one of those people who thinks that, like, Ford and Fiddleford's relationship is inherently toxic, inherently bad. Like, I've seen some people saying on Twitter. I mean, take it from Alex Hirsch, if you're someone who takes stock in things that the creator says about the series.
Does McGucket love Stanford? Yeah, I mean, I think everybody has that one friend in school who, like, school would be a nightmare without them. You know, like, one person who's on your level, who makes the same dumb jokes, like, who's, like, into the same, like, weird games that you are, or just, like, gets your sense of humor. And, like, it can be, like, the most meaningful thing in the world to have that person. Like, I feel like every place I've been, I've had at least one really good friend who, like, I can get through how awful it is because they're there. And I think, McGucket and Ford were those kinds of friends.
Ford and Fiddleford's meeting happened in college after Fiddleford, humiliated by his peers and his teachers for not believing a theory that he had, went back to his room, about to drop out of backups more. And then Ford came in, slammed open the door, and told him that Fiddleford was brilliant. This, to me, does not read like a dynamic of someone taking advantage of someone just wanting a follower around. This, to me, reads as Ford recognizing that Fiddleford was someone that people didn't believe in, recognizing the shame and the hurt that came from that, and deciding to be the person that Fiddleford needed the most. Fiddleford went on to establish Fiddleford Computer Majigs, which was working on a personal computer project, one that Ford seemed to think was a waste of time.
A young but brilliant mechanic who was wasting his talent trying to make personal computers in some garage in Palo Alto.
Do I think that Ford is wrong for describing his friend's pursuits this way? I mean, technically he is incorrect, that's damn sure. Fiddleford could have been a rich man. Fiddleford could have had all of his dreams come true. And going by the journal, when Fiddleford talks about, growing up with a lot of financial insecurity, it really seems like Ford might have taken that future away from him. Unknowingly, of course. Like, he had no way of knowing, what computers could be today. Ford still uses a rotary phone when he comes out and discovers smartphones. For all his brains, he's just not very technologically savvy. Does it irk me the way he talks about his friend's passion project? A little. But, he's not saying this to Fiddleford's face. Are you telling me you've never had a friend work on something where you thought maybe it was a bit of a long shot? I don't think that Ford is being inherently malicious here. And I don't think we can blame Ford for calling his buddy over for a project. I mean, look at the parallels here. In college, Ford tells Fiddleford that his project seems mathematically feasible. And, years later, when Ford calls Fiddleford with his own crazy idea.
You say you're trying to build a transuniversal polydimensional metavortex? Well, that's mathematically feasible.
Fiddleford is excited to help, excited to jump on board. He just wants to be there and see his friend get a Nobel Prize. So, despite what I've seen on Twitter, no, Ford didn't do anything wrong by asking. Fiddleford is a grown man. He wanted to be there for the project, and so he went. And despite how he felt about the strangeness of Gravity Falls, We have no evidence that he was forced into the project in the first place.
It's when Ford and Fiddleford are in Gravity Falls that the cracks seem more fully realized. Despite getting Fiddleford's help, Ford doesn't tell Fiddleford about Bill's Cipher, because he believes Fiddleford is superstitious, and going by the journal, and at least what we learn in the website, Fiddleford is also religious and would probably, correctly, be against summoning demons to help you. You know, Fiddleford was born with the sense that the good Lord gave him, and he probably would have something to say about reciting ancient incantations in a haunted cave. So, Ford doesn't trust his friend. He doesn't really let his friend in because he doesn't want his friend to leave the project. Well, why doesn't he want Fiddleford to leave the project? I mean, it's obvious that he couldn't have made the portal without Fiddleford's mechanical prowess. Going by the Book of Bill, Ford couldn't even make the mechanical suit that he wanted to design to keep Bill's Cipher away without Fiddleford's help. He was lost without him. But was Ford just using Fiddleford? No! He was overjoyed to see his friend. Think about the way he describes Fiddleford showing up. He embraced him. He immediately runs to get banjo strings to welcome the guy in. Ford hasn't had anyone in so long. Yeah, if I thought that my friend might leave if I mentioned my muse, I probably wouldn't mention my muse either. After Fiddleford settles in, we get a better idea of their dynamic. Fiddleford is a family man. He left behind his wife and his son in Palo Alto to go help Ford. Now, I don't think Ford pressured him to do so. I think Fiddleford just genuinely was excited about the project and wanted to go help. And I don't think it's necessarily morally wrong or awful that Fiddleford did that either. People travel for business all the time.
We also don't know much about Fiddleford's circumstances at home with his wife, and if that was a factor in his decision to go to Gravity Falls. I'm not saying anything definitive. We have no proof that he and MMA were on the brink of divorce or anything like that.
We can't make assumptions about the McGuckets' marriage based on this. But we will be making assumptions based on other things that we'll get to later. Aside from putting in a no banjo playing after 8 rule and having debates over leg warmers, Ford seems happy to have his friend living with him. They even begin joking around a bit. Ford scrambles Fiddleford's Cubix cube whenever he's not looking. I think I spelled it wrong here. I think it's spelled with a C. Pretend I spelled Cubix cube right. Spelling, Hannah. The longer that Fiddleford stays, the more Ford realizes that Fiddleford doesn't share the same tenacity for the strange, the same passion for the weird, the same resilience in the face of danger that Ford does.
Fiddleford has visible signs of anxiety. In Journal 3, Ford mentions his friend's habit of bouncing his knee, a sign that Ford is familiar with, and with pulling out some of his hair, implying that Fiddleford's, quote, tendency towards anxiety stretched back to college and did not, in fact, begin in Gravity Falls.
And this is one of the first things that really drives a wedge between them. I mean, Ford straight up calls Fiddleford's fears of the anomalies that they face childlike. And then comes the Gremlin incident. As Ford is sketching a picture of the Gremlin, Fiddleford is insisting that they get away from this monster. And, of course, Ford doesn't listen. The Gremlin wakes up, grabs Fiddleford, and looks into his eyes. The Gremlin is a creature that, upon looking into its prey's eyes, shows them their worst fear. We don't know what Fiddleford saw when he interacted with the Gremlin. It could have been something related to Ford, it could have been related to his wife, it could have been related to his young child. But at the end of the day, all we know is that Fiddleford really wasn't the same after this. Ford describes him as panicked and babbling. When they get back to the lab, Fiddleford won't touch the Cubix cube. It sits scrambled. Ford takes him home for treatment and expresses that he's worried about his assistant, but he doesn't really take responsibility for the incident. I mean, obviously, Ford had no way of knowing that the hyperdrive in his backpack would make a noise that would wake the Gremlin up when they were sitting there sketching it. But Fiddleford did not want to be around the monster. Fiddleford wanted to leave, and Ford was ignoring that because Ford had lived in Gravity Falls for 6 years. He was used to putting himself in these dangerous situations. He just wasn't thinking about those around him. Up until now, he hadn't had anyone around him. He tries to help Fiddleford. He essentially tells him, hey, how about you meditate and try relaxing? He expresses that he, in the past, had learned breathing exercises or heart-slowing exercises or something like that to control his own fears, and he suggested that they might help Fiddleford. After all, they were scientists, and scientists should control this type of thing, right? And Fiddleford, in trying to control this type of thing, invents the memory gun. For Ford's credit, he is immediately horrified by the implications of this and tells Fiddleford not to use it and tells Fiddleford to destroy it, but at this point, Fiddleford had already used the memory gun. He'd already experienced the relief that it gave him. And you know, the thing about a memory gun is that it's easy to make someone forget about a memory gun. Thus beginning Fiddleford's long struggle with addiction. Now, I've talked about this before on my channel. I don't think that addiction is in itself a moral failure. Based on the people I know who have struggled with addiction and stories from people who are addicts and families of addicts. Now, the things that people do while addicted to a substance obviously aren't necessarily excused, but addiction in itself is just a thing that happens, especially to people with intense trauma. Trauma that Ford didn't seem to really recognize in Fiddleford. But, he didn't seem to think that the Grimoblin incident was as big a deal as it clearly was. Now, how much of this is Ford being an inconsiderate person, and how much of this is Ford being some guy in the 80s without a clear understanding of mental illness or the impacts of PTSD? It's hard to know for sure. Now, as the portal test gets closer, Fiddleford expresses anxieties again and again and again about the project. Anxieties that Ford hears but dismisses because Bill is telling him, I don't know if this guy's got the stuff for this type of thing. I think he has a lot of doubts. I don't think you should be listening to this guy, Ford. Now, you gotta remember the nature of Ford and Bill's relationship at this point. Bill had a vested interest as an abusive figure in Ford's life to isolate him from the people who might steer him away from abusive tendencies. But I also know that when Bill found Ford, Ford was in such a vulnerable, lonely position, in complete solitude from the rest of his friends and family, that Bill kind of became his whole world, became the center of his galaxy. In the book of Bill, we get a pretty interesting picture of how Ford is treated by both Fiddleford and Bill. Fiddleford clearly cares about Ford, and Ford cares about Fiddleford too. We see that in the whole holiday special exchange we get in the journal. Essentially, Ford, someone who doesn't care much for the holidays, who doesn't really get in the spirit in a way that's implied to be because of the memories he has with Stan growing up during the holidays, isn't having a very merry holiday season. He doesn't seem to have an interest in decorating or any of that stuff.
He says that if he was Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, he would burn down his oppressor's workshop and never forgive his tormentors.
Go off, King, you're right. True, frankly. Kill him. Kill those reindeer! And then Fiddleford tells Ford that he needs to go back to his family, and Ford is clearly disappointed. Ford's about to be by himself in that house all over again. There's an incident with a Krampus, seemingly tied to the footsteps left by Dipper and Mabel when they go back in time in the Time Traveler's Pig. That's pretty cool. And he's eventually saved by Fiddleford, who comes back saying that he left Christmas with his family because he got into a big fight with his wife. The reason he got into a fight with his wife is because he didn't get his wife a Christmas present. Earlier in the book of Bill, Fiddleford got Ford 2 Christmas presents. 2 incredibly thoughtful Christmas presents. We can't make assumptions about the McGuckets' marriage. I've seen it thrown around a bit that, Ford's a bit of an asshole for not getting Fiddleford anything, but one, we've established that he doesn't celebrate Christmas, not just because of his family issues with Stan, but also because he's Jewish. He also has been by himself for 6 years. He hasn't had anyone to buy gifts for. It might not be something in the forefront of his mind. And lastly, you're not obligated to give people gifts. That's not how you show if someone is a good person or not, but whatever, moving on. Regardless, after Fiddleford comes back, Ford, seeing how upset he is, throws a bit of a Christmas special for him. He decorates the portal, they have eggnog until, quote, they can't remember what a Krampus is anymore, and, they have a very merry holiday season, the end.
The differences between Bill and Fiddleford and the way that they express affection for Ford are stark, and I think that the holiday special is a good illustration of it. Fiddleford loves Ford unconditionally. He hand knits Ford a pair of gloves after making several prototypes. He creates a handmade snow globe of the lab. These are gifts that you give to someone who you know very well and care a lot about. And when Fiddleford returns to Gravity Falls after the fight with Emma May, we see that this affection isn't one-sided. Ford, someone who really dislikes the holidays, stops work on Bill's portal and throws Fiddleford a Christmas bash to cheer his friend up. They spend the whole night making snowmen and drinking and having fun together. And then we have Bill, and Bill's response after the holiday special. The second that Ford falls out of line and sacrifices time on Bill's portal to show affection to Fiddleford to get close to someone who isn't Bill Cipher, Bill lashes out. He startles Ford into breaking the snow globe. He tells Ford to stop wasting time. His affections are conditional and possessive, but Bill is also a god in Ford's eyes, one that has proven his near omniscience to Ford again and again. So when Bill says that Ford should keep Fiddleford at arm's length, I understand why Ford doesn't ignore this.
As they get even closer to the portal test, Fiddleford confronts Ford. He tells Ford that he's tested the calculations, he's tried again and again, and something is wrong, and he asks again, where did it all come from? Ford is nervous that Fiddleford is going to betray him. He specifically says that Fiddleford might turn around and try to discover the theory for himself, leaving Ford as the Tesla to Fiddleford's backstabbing Edison. And then Fiddleford, seemingly out of confrontation energy, backs down and goes through with the portal test.
Ready? And... What? What is it? Is it working? What did you see? Fiddleford?
Let's take Ford's behavior here head on. His friend goes through an interdimensional portal, something they don't even know is functional yet. Ford has no way of knowing what this could even do to a human body. And we know this because they weren't even done testing it on a test dummy yet. And he pulls Fiddleford through, and Fiddleford crashes on the floor. And while we don't know if Ford kind of shook Fiddleford's shoulder or cradled his body, shout out to the last Mabelcorn, we don't know exactly how it went down, but we do know that Ford didn't ask Fiddleford if he was okay.
We've done a lot of talking in this video about perspective, but let's think about Fiddleford here. He fucking told Ford that this machine was dangerous, and now he's been sucked through. He's witnessed an eldritch abomination on the other end, literally witnessed the nightmare realm, and Ford isn't even going to ask him if he's okay, isn't going to check on him. What does he say after Fiddleford comes back? What did you see? His first concern, it seems, is not to check on Fiddleford. It's the portal.
And I don't even have an excuse for him. I think he was just so tunnel-visioned on what he had to get done that he didn't stop. He seems to be concerned about Fiddleford, but he's not very good at showing it, especially not in this moment.
Between the mounting pressure from an abusive figure and his desperation to become someone, I can see why the portal is at the forefront of his mind.
He has such an obsession with this portal, such an obsession with this project, such tunnel vision on his grand unified theory of weirdness that it's like he can't even see that his friend has been through an ordeal. And that's the running theme of all this. He doesn't acknowledge Fiddleford's pain after the Grimoblin incident. He seems surprised that Fiddleford is in such a state. But think about what he says to Fiddleford after the shapeshifter incident, when the shapeshifter locked Fiddleford in a closet. Once we complete the portal, all of this will have been worth it. We're almost there. He isn't stopping, and he isn't being considerate. He isn't being thoughtful. Now, I think that this makes sense coming from Stanford. I don't mean that as a means of justifying it. I think Ford was wrong when he treated Fiddleford this way. When he dismissed his anxieties about the Grimoblin, about the project, didn't check on him after the portal test. But I do think that something we've seen from Ford again and again is that he's probably someone who had heavy anxiety growing up. And Ford seems to have mastered repression. He seems to have mastered not thinking about it, not talking about it. He's learned meditation exercises for a reason. I can see Ford as someone who, at least while living in the woods, not interacting with anyone, can convince himself that he's overcome this, that he's past his anxiety. After all, he doesn't let it stop him from investigating the weird. It's not getting in the way of science, so it's not an issue, right? He's overcome it. Why can't you? It reminds me of the way that I've heard some people talk about anxiety. You know, it's typically an older generation, though not necessarily. You know when you have like a parent or a guardian or some older person in your life who has an undiagnosed mental health problem or anxiety disorder, and you describe some kind of issue going on in your life to them, and they look at you and they say, well, that's not that bad.
Back in my day, we needed to deal with our unchecked PTSD uphill, both ways, in the snow.
Growing up, I went through that, but worse. Oh, you've been bullied in school? I was bullied in school, and also I didn't have shoes when it happened. They'll be like, after the war, I was also terrified to go outside, and yet I still went to work every day. And it's like, thanks, Grandma, that's great, but it doesn't really help me, and just because you were able to do it doesn't mean that you should have had to do it. I'm sorry all you had was moldy bread growing up. It doesn't make me want to eat this meatloaf anymore. I think this is more or less what Ford is doing. He understands that anxiety is difficult, but he's convinced himself that he was able to overcome it, so Fiddleford should be able to as well. Because anxiety is childish and not at all scientific, and there's no space for it here in this lab. It's incredibly thoughtless and incredibly inconsiderate, though I don't think it's intentionally cruel. He's convinced himself that anxiety and fear is something that you're able to just grit your teeth and work through, just by willpower alone, and anyone should be able to do it. And he's grit his teeth and worked through it, so by God, Fiddleford should be able to do it too. And of course, anxiety doesn't work that way. I know that. You know that. Whoever is reading Journal 3 knows that if they make it through the entire book. But Ford probably doesn't know that. But just because Ford doesn't know that, doesn't justify the way he's talking to Fiddleford. Like, no matter how you cut it, this is an incredibly horrible thing for Fiddleford to go through, and Fiddleford didn't have his friend there to support him through it. But it's very clear to me that Ford, while he wasn't the friend that he should have been, didn't do it on purpose, and years later, deeply, deeply regrets it. He regrets it as soon as he realizes what Bill has been up to. There isn't a moment after he finds out his mistake that Ford goes, but actually I was right about all that. Like, Ford is deeply apologetic about the way that it shook out with Fiddleford. He's sorry. He thinks it again and again and again. And then, after the portal incident, of course, there's the scene where Fiddleford is called a weak-willed hayseed in Journal 3. So this is the thing about this line. Ford was writing in his diary after having a fight with his best friend. I'm sorry, but when you have a fight with your friend, are you saying nice things about them in your diary? No, you're calling them a stanky bitch. You're going full Regina George. Fiddleford McGucket is the nastiest skank Ford's ever seen, and that's going in the burn book. But also, look at the way that Ford is talking about what Fiddleford is doing and leaving. Go back to your doting family and a life of fear and compromise. I weep now not for our failed partnership, but for the golden opportunity thrown away. Sure, Jan. Look at this phrasing. Go back to your doting family. Go back to a household of people who love and accept you. Ford isn't just mad, he's jealous. He's bitter. He's resentful. He sees Fiddleford as leaving him for the thing that Ford wants more than anything. Acceptance. Fiddleford left, and Ford is alone again. And above all, he doesn't know that Fiddleford is walking away to ruin his life with the memory gun. He's not aware of the toll that this portal project is having on Fiddleford. He's not aware of the extent of the trauma that Fiddleford is going to have because of this.
The continued use of the memory gun, a gun that Ford didn't even remember existed, was Fiddleford's choice. And Fiddleford's choices aren't Ford's responsibility just because Ford hurt him, any more than Ford's choices are Stan's responsibility because Stan hurt him. Ford and Fiddleford are two people who have made the wrong choices again and again, and I think this applies to the memory gun as well. I don't think addiction is a choice in itself, but Fiddleford didn't fall ass first into a cult that erases people's minds without their consent. He made decisions. I'm incredibly sympathetic to what led to those decisions, and I don't think they make Fiddleford a bad person, but I don't think they can all be pinned on Ford either. That does a disservice to both Ford and Fiddleford's character.
And maybe he should have seen the signs. Maybe he should recognize the scale of the anxiety that Fiddleford is about to go through. Maybe we can even say he was being self-centered. But I
don't think we can say that Ford ruined Fiddleford's life. Something that people are eager to say. And they'll find any reason to say it. Hell, I saw a post saying that Ford gave Fiddleford a caffeine addiction by forcing him to drink coffee? Like Fiddleford is a baby and Ford force-fed him Red Bulls like a foie gras goose? Y'all gotta calm down with the infantilization of people with anxiety, y'all. Fiddleford is grown. He's a father.
Hell, I've seen criticism that Ford was as bad as Bill. I don't think scrambling his Cubik's Cube is on the same level as, electrocution torture, but, go off, I guess. Does a fictional character doing a bad thing, especially a bad thing that character regrets, and, a bad thing where the viewer can understand the factors that led to that decision, does that character doing that thing make them a bad person? How long does the stink of these mistakes follow that character? What needs to happen before people on the internet can say that they love that character?
What do y'all want? Because if it's an apology, it's worth noting that Ford does apologize to Fiddleford, and he does apologize to Stan.
Because it's very possible to have a discussion about the ways that Ford treated Fiddleford, but does all of this relegate Ford to a terrible, horrible, bad person beyond redemption? I was so stressed out talking about this. I have been so stressed talking about the ways that Ford treated Fiddleford, because if you loved a sinner on Tumblr.com back in the day, it meant you not only loved the sinner, but you loved the sin, and that you were invalidating the experiences of victims. He had done things wrong, but part of my stress comes from admitting that. My anxiety about it gets even wilder when y'all are out here attacking things for things that he didn't do. You gotta stop saying that Ford caused the AIDS crisis, guys. You wanna blame him for Weirdmaggedon? Fine. You wanna blame him for Fiddleford's mental illness? I think Fiddleford had some anxiety beforehand, but sure, go off. You want to blame him for Stan being homeless? Again, I think Philbrick had more to do with that, but sure, whatever, he did that too. I'm drawing the line somewhere. You can't blame him for the AIDS crisis, you overcooked egg yolk of a person. You can't do that. The truth of the matter is that I could sit here and rack my brain and try to tell you that Ford's done nothing wrong, but I don't think I could do it honestly. I'd be pissing on your leg and telling you it's raining. I know I've already talked about him and Stan's argument about him telling Stan that taking the journal would be the first worthwhile thing he's ever done in his life. And when I hear that, part of me wants to scream. He hasn't slept in weeks and his body isn't his own, and Bill Cipher is hammering his hand with nails and making him forget his mother's face and making him forget his own name. He's waking up on the roof in the freezing cold and he thinks he's responsible for the end of the world. And y'all are mad that he's not nice to his brother? He's got bigger fish to fry. And don't get me wrong, I don't think I'd be incorrect if I went on like that, but even if I listed all of the factors that led to Ford's bad decision, it was still a bad decision. Him saying that to Stan is still mean. When characters do bad or inconsiderate things in high-stress situations, we can consider the stress as a factor, but we also need to acknowledge that the action did harm, don't we? A complete dismissal of all of Ford's sins is not what this video should be or even can be if I'm gonna change any minds. Ultimately, if you're someone who thinks that a character doing bad things sometimes is what makes them a bad person, I don't think this video is going to convince you, and I definitely don't think it's convinced you so far. But the truth of the matter is that I don't love Stanford Pines because I think he's done nothing wrong. I love him because I understand why he did the things he did. Now it's my turn to project. Mom said it's my turn with the Xbox. So, in talking about why I relate to Stanford Pines, I'm gonna try not to go all 2015 Tumblr on it. Like, I understand that Stanford Pines isn't real. I understand he's not my abusive ex. He's not my college professor. Stanford Pines is not my dad. But I will say, I have always seen a lot of myself in him. Even the stuff that maybe isn't the most accessible to an audience. Stuff like making an interdimensional portal. Stuff like wanting to crack his grand unified theory. Haven't you ever wanted something so badly that it hurt? Isn't it human to crave acceptance? Haven't you ever craved that sense of belonging somewhere? Haven't you ever craved it so badly that you would do or say anything to get it? Or, at the very least, not think about it if the things you did or said did hurt someone? And maybe you're commenting something right now, like, of course I want acceptance. Who doesn't want acceptance? But I would never hurt anyone to get what I want. Yeah? Good for you. I think that's commendable. But I think that at my lowest points in my life, I would. Leave a comment down below if you think I'm a bad person, so I can get that engaged. I think that there is a bitterness, a specific type of bitterness that comes from rejection, that comes from ostracization, that comes from the ways that people lock you out, often at the intersection of class and neurodivergence. A resentment that comes from a lifetime of not fitting into these spaces and realizing that there's just no place for you, no home where you belong, because you're not normal enough, or wealthy enough, or charismatic enough. And maybe you, or the writers of the show, might describe Ford's narrative as one of self-destruction, of how one man ruined his life through his ego and self-aggrandizement. But that version of the story isn't just so much simpler to me than what we get in the series, but it's so much less interesting than what we get in the series. When I see Ford, I see a man sitting in a cafe by himself, wondering if anyone's gonna laugh at his jokes. I see a man full of regret in his old age, knowing that he's hurt someone in ways that he can't take back. I see a man who is attracted to the things that hurt him because he sees a shot at proving people wrong when they looked at him and told him that he didn't belong in these spaces. Even if Ford has some level of self-focus or self-obsession or tunnel vision on his success, I don't think that this ego comes from a place of thinking he's the best. I think it comes from a place of thinking that he has to be. Because if he's not the best, if he's not a brilliant scientist, then all he is a freak. Between the bullying from his peers and the praise he's gotten for his intelligence, Ford has ever only been treated with extremes, except by a select few people in his life, a handful of whom he sees as betraying him. And between the bullying and the praise, I don't blame him for chasing that praise with everything that he's got. And I see that and I resonate with it so strongly because I've been that desperate. I grew up pretty poor and was homeless for a period of my life, and I still navigate spaces with people who I know grew up wealthier than me, acquaintances that I know have better circumstances than I do, wondering if they all can, sense it on me. Like a stench. Wondering if they could tell that I'm not one of them. Because the odds of someone from my circumstances making it to their circles, well, it's strange, unusual, statistically improbable. And the only way I made it where I was is because I was one of the gifted kids, which is, by the way, very lucky. I am lucky that I was in an education system that happened to value one of the things I did right. I was good at taking tests. It's a skill. It doesn't mean that I'm smarter than anyone, it just means that I was apt for the things that they were measuring. And I'm very fortunate that that was the case, because that was the only means that I had to climb to the place that I'm at now. And the place that I'm at now isn't even that fucking great. I sometimes wonder if, because they created Ford from the starting point of Ford needs to be a compelling narrative foil to Stan, how much the writers weighed things like the audience relating to him, how much they knew he would resonate with people who grew up in his circumstances. Awkward, poor, socially inept, growing up in the shadow of someone with much more personality, and of course, being told by an educational system that he would need to earn a place in a society where he was respected, and then putting all his chips on that slot because he learned not to see himself as deserving respect without that. I don't know for sure, but it's very possible that they never considered Ford, at least while creating the character, under the context of his upbringing and the upbringings of the audience watching him. Especially because they rarely talk about it in the commentary. Until the Book of Bill, things like Ford's poverty growing up, his social awkwardness, his loneliness, they weren't really brought up that often in the canon. In the show and in Journal 3, when these pieces were mentioned, they were the pieces for a story of an Icarus metaphor, about someone who met their own rock bottom because they flew too close to the sun. And I'm genuinely left wondering if the writers considered, in the hubbub and the scramble to define a character like Ford, while wrapping up the finale of a series, that there would be people watching who struggle with the same desperation, with the same ambition, who struggle with these social interactions and crave acceptance from a society that otherwise would chew them up and spit them out. And there's nothing wrong with it if the writers didn't consider all that. After all, you literally cannot expect someone to anticipate how every single kind of person will respond to your story, and it's an exercise in futility trying to predict it. But it seems at times like the writers would take it a step further, and almost frame this ambition as part of Ford's sin. Take that moment under the stars with Ford and Fiddleford talking about their dreams, and Ford saying, he can't possibly settle down. I read this, and I believe that the meta-narrative is almost punishing Ford for this. It's not an official sin, it's not on the official list of things he did wrong, I'm not gonna put it on the whiteboard, but I can't help but feel like the writers thought that another answer would be more correct, more moral. Like, if Ford had said, oh yeah, I honestly don't really want to solve the mysteries of Gravity Falls. I actually would rather just, cash out now and, write a paper on the abominable broman and get married or whatever. I wonder if the writers don't instead think that Ford should have said something like that. After all, if he just cashed out and settled for a happy life, none of this stuff with Bill would have happened. He would have prevented the apocalypse. Why can't he be more like Fiddleford, who just wants enough to get by? Why does Ford want so much? If you think about it, didn't he chase his own downfall like Icarus chasing the sun? I mean, I can't tell you for sure that that's what they were going for. I'm running on vibes here. But all I can tell you is that when I did read this, I don't know, man. You grow up in the lead paint districts of the world, and sometimes you'll do anything for more. And I don't think that craving more, that thinking that you deserve more, is wrong. And the truth is sometimes trauma makes people act in upsetting and selfish ways. Sometimes a lifetime of survival and traumatic experiences robs people of the bandwidth necessary to let others in and to prioritize other people's needs. After years of needing to think about yourself,
you forget to think about others. Selfishness is learned out of necessity. Sometimes you don't even realize that you're treating people in a specific way. You don't even realize that you've hurt someone until it's already done. I don't bring up trauma to say that, like, doing shitty things is okay if you're traumatized enough. Obviously, I am firmly of the stance that you shouldn't be shitty. But can y'all not really recognize how I can connect to a character like this? How anyone can connect to somebody like this? You spend a lifetime convincing yourself that anxiety and things like it are things that can just be overcome, and you begin to mask it whenever it strikes you, and you just push the symptoms deep, deep down. And soon you start to blame others when they don't do the same. When Ford tells Stan that he needs to earn his worth, that he needs to prove something to Ford, when he tells Fiddleford to set his childish fears aside to make sure that this project happens, he's, well, let's just say the 2015 Tumblr audience weren't the only ones projecting. These are values that Ford holds himself to, and I sympathize because this isn't the way someone should have to live, even if he's convinced himself that it is. And an audience member might say, oh, well, he should have done something else instead. He shouldn't have treated Fiddleford like that. He shouldn't have thought that about Stanley. And like, yeah, of course, you're right. But one, where would he learn that? He was raised to think that his worth was contingent on his wealth, on his charisma, on his social capital that he doesn't have. And he was reassured that because he was smart, he could make up for it. And two, if he did everything right, I don't think there would be much there to relate to. When he did shitty things, or said shitty things, I wasn't compelled because I thought he was right to do them. I was compelled because I was looking in a mirror. In Ford, I saw my own mistakes and my own traumas reflected back at me. But how do we talk about trauma in fandoms? And how should we? How should we talk about the way that trauma hurts someone, the way it changes someone, and the way that it contributes to their mistakes? And how should we talk about those mistakes when they end up hurting someone else? I relate to the things that Ford has done, even some of the things that he's done that were inconsiderate or wrong, but that probably doesn't sound right to you if you're someone who has been hurt in ways that Fiddleford and Stan have been hurt. I've been talking to you for hours now about Ford, and about the ways people reacted to him, and about the ways people attacked one another, and how, for one reason or another, people had very strong reactions to the things that he did in the show and in the books. But there's still quite a lot of video left. This isn't just a video about Stanford Pines. This is a video about mental illness and about trauma, and about how those in fandom spaces leverage the experiences of people with mental illnesses to win fandom wars. And this is a video about who really loses those wars in the end. So, going into this section, I need to say, I recognize, of course, that I'm talking about Ford as though he's like a 60-year-old person with a lifetime of conversations and experiences to discuss, and not, you know, an animated cartoon character, where the things that they write on the screen and the things that they want him to do are the things we're supposed to judge the fictional character by. I'm applying reasoning that we would normally apply to, like, an actual human being going through these circumstances to what is essentially a set of scripted dialogues and conversations from some writer trying to convey some kind of experience that may or may not be my actual interpretation. But I want to be clear that I'm analyzing him this way because that's how Tumblr was analyzing him. That's how people on the internet often analyze fictional characters. And there's nothing inherently wrong with this kind of over-analysis. God knows that I do it all the time. But it's more so that we need to be honest and treat these analyses in good faith, and not just assume that they are inherently what is being written into the script. So things get potentially messy when I say things like, oh, Ford definitely has PTSD. Because, yes,
a person who has gone through the things that Ford has gone through would almost definitely not walk away unscathed. But I don't know for sure if the writer is meant to write a man living with PTSD. That being said, this man has PTSD. you know, like, we see it in the sleepless nights. We see it in the way that he doesn't trust anyone. We see it in the paranoia. Mentioning things like an armchair mental illness diagnosis in the context of defending a character get really messy for me, because I don't want people to walk away from the video as though I'm saying something like, oh, yeah, he was doing terrible things, but terrible things are fine as long as you're really sad while you do them. Cool story, bro, but McGucket still got kidnapped by the Grimoblin. But even if you don't want to talk about the trauma while you're criticizing or defending a character, sometimes I come across this phenomenon in online spaces where the trauma or the mental illness or the symptoms of a mental illness become what people are criticizing. Like, we need to have a discussion about the ways people talked about Ford's paranoia, about his tendency to not trust others. Because when he was introduced as a character, as I've mentioned, there was a very real reaction to it. Like, that would be part of his villainous backstory. That would be part of his villainous motives. Oh, he's going to want to kill Dipper as soon as he finds out that Dipper once made a deal with Bill. Or, oh, he's not going to let anyone in, and in fact, he has a gun. What if he uses the gun, guys? What if he hurts the children? There was a lot. You know, I've also seen the trust no one narrative be used in a lot of different fanfics and a lot of different fan projects. You know, the idea that this is a moral flaw that Ford is dealing with, instead of, say, an obstacle to himself. If you think I'm talking about any specific fan fiction or any specific fan project or fan video at any point in this video, by the way, I gotta say, you're wrong. This is a trend. This showed up across multiple instances. Like, this is written into the stories and the comics and the videos that people have made about Ford, with the idea being that Ford is outright more dangerous to be around, and has done vile things and will continue to do vile things if he doesn't trust those around him. Sometimes those vile things in questions are things like not telling people about the rift, which do have real consequences, but I don't think we can really assign a strong moral value to. And more outright things like insulting people, hurting people, or pulling weapons on people. It's hard for me to talk about this because I don't want to put any examples on screen. I'm not gonna do that, but you can probably think of at least one or two. You know, interestingly, this isn't really in the show. Say what you want about Alex Hirsch's old statements about Ford, or about how the show treats his paranoia like a character flaw, but it's never treated like a moral flaw. Ford's paranoia and lack of trust in others isn't like something he needs to morally correct about himself. It's an obstacle keeping himself from happiness, keeping himself from friends, keeping himself from family. And it's an obstacle that is shown directly to be inflicted on him by his trauma, intrinsically tied to both Bill Cipher and the science fair incident that cost him a lot as a young person. And the traumas are factors in him making decisions that ultimately hurt himself and others, even if his intentions are good. He's a 60-year-old man who's lost 30 years of his life, and he doesn't have any friends except a 12-year-old. That's not healthy. He has lost his connections and his support system anywhere. And you know, we can talk about the specific symptoms of PTSD and paranoia, and we can talk about how those could impact the people who are around someone with these conditions. But relegating someone to a villainous status, or relegating someone to be an obstacle that those around them need to deal with because they have these conditions, is a pitfall that a lot of fanfics, a lot of fan projects have fallen into regarding Ford. But while we're talking about Ford and mental illness, and the way we talk about Ford and mental illness in this fandom, we gotta talk about the narcissistic personality disorder TikTok. Because I have thoughts. I know I just mentioned I'm going to try not to mention specific fan projects, specific fan headcanons or fanfics in this video, and for the most part I've been avoiding it. But this headcanon has become very ubiquitous across the fandom, It's been brought up again and again and again, and I want to say off the bat, like, no hate to the creator of this TikTok, no hate to anyone who has this headcanon. I have opinions on it, but only because I've seen these headcanons and this idea everywhere. I am gently critiquing some of the ideas at play here, but I just need to bring it up as a specific example.
By the way, while I was editing this video, Sarah Zed put out an amazing video on narcissism and the way that we discuss it. I think it's worth a watch. It didn't really influence the script because I'm basically almost done with this video at this point, just a few weeks out. But I thought it was an amazing video and I think y'all should check it out.
Depending on who you are, you've probably heard the term narcissist or narcissistic used one of two ways. Colloquially, the first way is the way most laymen have probably heard the term, to describe someone who is self-obsessed, self-focused, egotistical. Someone who is full of themselves, basically, usually in a negative way. The other way is to describe someone who has narcissistic personality disorder, or NPD, which is a disorder where the affected person has an increased sense of self, increased feelings of envy, hypersensitivity to criticism, and a potential to spiral because of it. A person with NPD may sometimes, but not always, experience low empathy or struggle to connect with others. They may exhibit a pattern of attention-seeking behaviors or impulsiveness, all to elevate themselves in the eyes of their peers and maintain a grandiose facade. This results in intense and unstable periods of high self-esteem, followed by spirals of low self-esteem if that facade is ever broken, and a struggle to regulate either. Similar to the way that manic depressive disorder might include an inability to maintain your mood or regulate your mood, this is an inability to regulate your self-esteem. NPD is also sometimes brought on by trauma, though it can be brought on by a series of factors. The TikTok that we're going to dive into describes NPD specifically, the specific disorder, and not just having a big ego or being self-obsessed. The truth is, anyone could have a big ego regardless of if they have NPD or not, and these two things are not the same. But, as you'll see in a bit, not everyone engaging with this TikTok seems to understand that. I need to establish before we go forward that NPD is in a group of personality disorders called cluster B disorders, which feature emotional or erratic qualities, at least according to the DSM-5. By the way, I haven't forgotten that this is a Gravity Falls video. I'm going someplace with this. This is just important context. Stay with me. It's important to realize that, like the rest of these cluster B disorders, NPD is greatly stigmatized and vilified. And that really decreases the chances of someone getting diagnosed and getting help, and often when people with cluster B disorders do seek help, at least according to some studies and surveys linked below, they don't get treated well by mental health professionals, or mental health professionals don't want to help them and view them as less deserving of the help. They also are more likely to blame the patient for their disorder symptoms. Even seeking help and advice before getting a therapist has its pitfalls. I googled help for narcissistic personality disorder, and this was the second result. How to deal with a narcissist? A lot of the results are about how to deal with having someone with this diagnosis around you. If you googled help for headache and the second result was called something like how to deal with people with headaches, God, they're annoying, I hate being around them, I sure hope no one I know has a headache, you might not rush to admit that you have a headache to a doctor, would you? Cluster B disorders are among mental health disorders like paranoia, bipolar disorder, or manic depressive disorder, schizophrenia, as well as any condition or neurodivergence that might impact someone's ability to experience and express empathy, like autism sometimes does, that are often used in media to depict someone as cold, uncaring, unstable, or villainous. All of these conditions have been used in movies or TV shows for evil disease, the disease that makes you evil. Or at least the disease that makes you weird, irrational, or scary. It's for this reason, by the way, that if you're trying to insult someone by describing them as full of themselves or egotistical, that instead of calling them a narcissist, which is a term associated with a stigmatized, vilified, and misunderstood mental illness, you should probably just say that they're full of themselves or egotistical to avoid the confusion. So, with that out of the way, let's talk about this TikTok. So they establish right off the bat that narcissists are not inherently bad, that, you know, it's literally a personality disorder. Okay. They mentioned that it's formed in early childhood due to behavioral, environmental, and traumatic experiences. That can be true. It's not necessarily true. They show that it's often caused by low self-esteem or bullying or rejection. And then they go into the symptoms. Lashing out in anger and sadness or a lack of empathy or understanding of it is a symptom. And the example they use is Ford yelling at Stanley after being cost his dream school, which, okay, that's up for interpretation. I think just about anyone would lash out in anger or sadness. I think lashing out when you're angry is just kind of a thing people do. But okay, moving on. Holding themselves to unreasonably high standards and perfectionism. Okay. Bill preying on his insecurities. Self-isolation out of shame or guilt or not being good enough. Belittling others' achievements, such as the way that he ignores or insults Fiddleford's ideas and opinions in the show and Journal 3. Probably most referring to the laptop idea or Fiddleford's anxieties about the Portal project, and patronizing behavior and talking down on others or acting condescendingly. Like when he says Grammar Stanley. And I have a lot of thoughts about Grammar Stanley that I've already said, but, you know, sure, why not? Not understanding others' emotions is also labeled here, such as, Mabel will be fine, Dipper, now give me the rift. Which isn't a direct quote. I don't have the transcript in front of me right now, but I'm pretty sure he says something like, that's something we'll deal with later. You know, because right now, we need to deal with the apocalypse.
I need to think about this.
Dipper, right now, we need to focus on the mission.
But even if he did say something like this, ignoring or not understanding others' emotions is tied to, again, a series of neurodivergencies, and we'll talk about that in a second. There's a few more in here, like believing that someone is unique or special, believing that they should only associate with those who see them as good enough. And, you know, I think that's fair. You know, that's more or less the ideas that are presented in the TikTok. So, I don't know the intentions and headcanons of every single person who has this headcanon about Ford, and no hate to the creator of this TikTok, honestly. I can tell that while I disagree with some of the points, I can tell that this content creator is at least trying to have a nuanced discussion on how trauma can contribute to developing NPD, and I think that that's valuable. I just spilled coffee all over myself. I've been up all night. It's not really my headcanon, and there are some points in the TikTok that I think could be worded better, but also I want to say that the person who made it is 18 according to their bio, and nobody's perfect. This is a young person, they have their own opinion, I have mine, that's fine. The comments below this TikTok, and also the tweets and the Tumblr posts that followed it, are full of conversations about how nuanced and not ableist and not stigmatizing this specific TikTok is, including people with NPD, which is the opinion I care about the most here. You know, like, I care the most about people with a condition that the headcanon is about and how they respond to the condition, you know? And there's nothing wrong with the headcanon. Like, it's valid. It's like trans Dipper headcanons. It isn't personally my headcanon, but if at least one person from a group sees themselves in the media that they're consuming, there's power in that, you know? We've already talked about this. Death of the author, the characters belong to you, yada yada yada. And honestly, I don't care as much about the TikTok itself as much as I care about the impact that it's had on fandom discussions. Because this TikTok slideshow has hundreds of thousands of views on TikTok alone. Like, since this TikTok has taken off, the headcanon has spread to other platforms, to Twitter, to Tumblr, to Reddit. And I want to talk about the way that people, including a lot of people way older than 18, are talking about this headcanon and the phrasing that they've used to describe it. I'm about to read you some comments on the original TikTok and some posts about the headcanon that have been posted to Tumblr, Reddit, and Twitter in the days since, which I'm sure are all trying to have a very balanced and nuanced conversation about NPD.
You mean you didn't notice it? Like, for him, people are just a product, a way to achieve his personal goal, a field for experiments. He'll literally cross any morals for the sake of knowledge and science.
Mabel will be fine, give me the rift. He can't comprehend the need for human connection. It's classic NPD, honestly, for real. The way he throws Stan away and has no problem only calling him if he needs something, he only thinks his needs are important. He doesn't know how to love. He doesn't know how to love. I don't remember that symptom in the DSM-5, but okay.
Narcissists are parasites. They target you for your goodness, energy, connections, and status. They do this to suck the life energy out of you. And when they can't be like you, they fucking hate you. They want you fucking dead. You go from the pedestal to the trash compactor and the butcher block from Hades because you did one thing wrong to them. You're not perfect anymore, so to them, you're now going to pay the price.
Does Ford have NPD? An analysis from a person who's the scapegoat of a narcissist. I was the victim of a narcissist mother, and this theory makes so much sense. Everything Ford does to manipulate Dipper into wanting to leave Mabel is textbook NPD. He's trying to be a hero, even at the end of the world. Ford is a textbook narcissist, and trust me, I know all about narcissists. I was raised by one. They're even doing the Ford reminds me of someone awful and evil thing that they used to do on Tumblr in 2015. Only this time they're throwing in a diagnosis. Time is a flat circle. The way he talks down to Mabel, the way he tries to isolate Dipper and make him as lonely as he is, how he pits them against each other. I'm going to intentionally pit a wedge between two children just so that one of them is extra lonely and sad and the other one feels extra demeaned, all while twirling my evil mustache, because this is a normal and nuanced thing to think that someone with NPD is trying to do. Okay, so on one hand, you're all agreeing with the TikTok creator that NPD does not mean that someone is evil, but then you all list things that you think Ford did that were selfish and morally wrong as the only reasons why you think he has NPD. Alright, NPD isn't the evil disease, I just think Ford has it on account of all the evil that he does. Even examples talking about Ford having disorder in a positive way have this, undercurrent to them. I'm about to read you an ask that I got on Tumblr in my inbox, and if you're watching this and you sent this to me, I hope you don't feel hurt by my inclusion in here or by me using it as an example. They were not the only person to articulate these points to me, okay? Alright. What do you think of the headcanon of Ford having NPD? It kind of bums me out how a lot of the things the fandom hates him for, low empathy, self-importance, difficulty in relationships, trust issues, I can go on, are just cluster B traits that have gone unrecognized and untreated. Like, almost all the actions can be explained by not trusting others due to being burned in the past, and literally not understanding how other people's brains work. I don't know, I'm rambling. He's my special little guy with many diseases of the mind. I recognize that Ford is fictional and that this is a joke, so I'm not going to fixate on it. But my special little guy with many diseases of the mind is not the way I would describe a grown man who's mentally ill. But you know what? It's fiction. It's fine. Alright, let's talk about it. I can tell, obviously, that this person meant for this ask to be a defense of the headcanon and a defense of Ford. They think that the fandom should overall treat Ford better because the things that people are critical of in Ford are often things that people with various cluster B disorders struggle with. Like low empathy, feelings of being better than everyone around him, the feeling that his needs matter more. I recognize that these are things that people with NPD can struggle with. But A, it isn't only people with cluster B disorders or NPD that exhibit these behaviors, so we can't necessarily that Ford having them means he has it. And I don't mean like, oh, I think your headcanon is bad or that he has a different mental illness. I just want to say there are people without any mental illnesses who act in non-empathetic or non-compassionate ways, and there are plenty of people with cluster B disorders and other mental illnesses and who do experience low empathy who do act in compassionate ways, whether or not they experience empathy internally. So that's not really a reliable way to distinguish if someone has low empathy or not. And even if someone does have NPD or some other mental illness or some other personality disorder, when they do something that is harmful or dismissive of someone else's feelings, it does not mean that it's okay or a broad explanation or that people were not hurt. You can't say this person did insert bad thing here just because they have insert mental illness here. Because it's always a multifactorial thing. I'm totally fine with people saying they hate Ford because of the actions that he's done. Like I said, go with God, have fun. C, speaking as someone with loved ones diagnosed with cluster B disorders, having them does not mean that it's impossible for those people to do the right thing. Like, someone diagnosed with a personality disorder is fully capable of not hurting others. And I think it's really infantilizing and removing someone's agency to go, they can't help it, they have NPD, they were just drawn bad. Why are people being angry that this character did something? Ford has NPD and he's literally neurodivergent and a 30-year-old minor. I don't think this is a productive way to have that conversation. Low empathy or a lack of empathy is related to internalizing someone else's emotions, but that has nothing to do with feeling sympathy or being compassionate or not wanting a person to suffer. And they do know right from wrong, especially if they're adults, and especially by the time they're 30 or whatever. So I don't think we can dismiss criticism of Ford as just coming from people not understanding that his actions are symptoms of personality disorder. There are things that Ford has done that are worth criticizing, and I hope I've demonstrated that throughout this video. And D, I don't think these symptoms describe Ford. This is more of like a personal headcanon thing, so, you know, it barely counts. Like, my interpretation is not your interpretation. That's cool. But I don't think he lacks the ability to experience empathy. I think he's just tunnel-visioned and dismissive of people's feelings at times, especially when he's very hurt and very desperate. But who isn't in those conditions, you know? I think he's done things that are harmful to others, but I interpret various passages in the journal as him experiencing immense empathy. And the self-aggrandizing behavior, I mean, you got me there, sometimes he demonstrates this, but I don't think he demonstrates it more than any person compensating for something. Often having a big ego and someone who is in need of validation, often those two things look the same. Those are similar behaviors. You know, maybe we can interpret those as just semantic and interpretive differences, and also throw in a not all NPD symptoms look the same, which is true, you know, it's different across the board. There is nothing wrong with this headcanon in itself, or with people headcanoning for it as having NPD, having low empathy, having a neurodivergence, having a manic depressive disorder, whatever. But I think there are harmful trends in the ways that we discuss these headcanons, and especially in the way that we discuss the NPD one. You know, with autism headcanons of Ford, these are usually headcanons made by autistic people, at least in most of the examples I've seen and in my 10 years in the fandom. There are people who see themselves in Ford, who see their traits reflected in him, and more than just the traits that have a heavily negative connotation. Aside from people in the comments of the original TikTok, I've yet to see people with NPD making their own posts recognizing their experiences with Ford. And even when you compare the comments that are made on the original TikTok with all of the posts that I've seen with this headcanon made by someone who doesn't mention having NPD, there is a distinct difference in the way people talk about the headcanon. I should add that I don't think people need to self-report their mental illness on the internet. Like, it's very possible that there's a ton of people with NPD who have made posts who just aren't saying I have NPD in that post. And like, that's totally fine, you know? I definitely wouldn't blame someone with NPD not saying that they have it, especially in a comment section filled with comments like the ones we've read. But I can't help but feel like a lot of these headcanon examples are from people who don't have the mental illness in question. And that's okay, you don't need to have a mental illness to headcanon a character having it, but if you're not a part of a community, you need to be really careful in how you discuss that community. Like, again, I think the TikTok creator who's only a teenager did their best, but not everyone here did. There's a real opportunity here, if we really wanted to talk about the experience of having low empathy, to talk about the highs and the lows of the spirals of self-esteem associated with NPD. We can have a positive conversation about a character with a headcanon cluster B disorder having a happy ending thanks to the support of the people around him. That is probably valuable. But when we talk about Ford having a lack of empathy, are we talking about a struggle to relate with people's emotions and internalize their experience and react in a socially acceptable way? Or are we claiming that people with this symptom are cold and uncaring and don't give a fuck about the people around them? Are we having a conversation, or are we just claiming that Ford is acting cruel on purpose because he has the evil disease? Because those are not the same thing. I think an equivalent example would be if someone without autism headcanoned Ford as having autism by saying, not that autism makes you stupid or evil or thoughtless or anything, that he just didn't understand that those things were harmful and mean, because you all know how autism is. Like, fellow neurodivergent people in the chat, Wouldn't you feel skeptical if someone did that? So many of these Ford has NPD headcanons don't read to me like nuanced discussions from people who care about destigmatizing cluster B disorders. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them read to me like someone is looking at a list of symptoms online of narcissism and then looking at a list of things that Ford did that they don't like and then connecting the dots. It's WebMD-ass character analysis. And if you want to do that, that's fine. I can't stop you. I'm not your mom. We already established that Stanford Pines is this person's mom, and she has the evil disease. Diagnosing a fictional character is fine. Go with God, Godspeed, so on and so forth. Amen, hallelujah. But the concept of diagnosing a character with a highly stigmatized cluster B disorder based on the worst mistakes that they've made in their life and judging whether or not a person experiences empathy based on a list of every mistake they've ever made. It feels weird, right? It's forgetting that people with stigmatized personality disorders are often compassionate and kind people, and it's forgetting that people who do experience empathy and have no mental illnesses do shitty things all the time. Have you ever been dismissive of a friend's bad day or something bad that happened to them? Have you ever lashed out in anger when something that mattered a lot to you fell apart because of the actions of someone else, whether it was intentional on their part or not? Haven't you ever just said something mean without realizing you'd done it? Just had a social snafu like that? Is it only because you have trauma and mental illness? Because I'm sorry, but all of us have trauma or mental illness, or at least 1 in 4 of us do. Here's a fun prompt for the comment section down below. If someone saw a list of your worst mistakes or the meanest things you've ever said and done, which cluster B personality disorder would you be armchair psychology diagnosed with? Well, which ones? You know, I'm saying all of this stuff as someone who does think that Ford is mentally ill, you know? Like, it's not even outside the realm of possibility that he has a cluster B disorder. But I feel like I need to be really careful when I talk about it because I don't want to imply that mental illness inherently makes someone more dangerous or inclined to be shitty, but I also don't want to ignore how mental illness can contribute to someone's behavior. Because yes, sometimes mental illness does contribute to a proclivity to do awful things, and it can feel weird to ignore that. Like, I'm gonna admit something. I personally sometimes feel a disconnect when I'm reading fanfiction about either Stan or Ford having PTSD. And that's one of my headcanons, you know? Like, that's something I genuinely think they both have. Hell, Bill calls Stan PTSD Barnum on the website, which, funny joke? Underrated joke, people don't talk about it enough. I think that one's a good bit. But fanfiction about Ford in particular having PTSD really stands out in my memory because a lot of it was written by friends of mine or by people who are in similar Ford Defense Squad circles. In a lot of these fanfics, Ford jumps at loud noises. He freezes when he hears a particular song or when he sees the color yellow. He hides, he pulls his sweater over his head and goes into Sweater Town if he's ever reminded of Bill. And I think these are all incredibly valid ways to show trauma. I love a lot of these fics, but it does strike me as interesting that I don't think I can remember a single fic written by someone in those Ford defense circles where Ford exhibits a symptom of PTSD that isn't simply being afraid of something or being upset. Because PTSD has way more symptoms than just that. Like, it's not just having difficulty falling asleep, it's also feeling irritable and having angry or aggressive outbursts. It's engaging in risky, reckless, or destructive behaviors that can hurt yourself or others. The thing is that mental illnesses like PTSD and paranoia are more palatable when they're the whimpering kind. Obviously, having PTSD doesn't mean that you're going to have all of these symptoms, and it definitely doesn't mean that it's okay if you do lash out at other people. Like, don't hurt people, we're all in agreement, being shitty is shitty. But does that mean that we ignore that it can be a symptom when we're talking about characters having it? You want to know what fics I read that did include Ford having PTSD and also included him occasionally lashing out at others or being angry or being aggressive? Fics written by people who don't like Ford. In the fanfictions and fan projects where Ford was a villain, he was more likely to have symptoms of PTSD beyond whimpering. What does that say about the way that we discuss mentally ill characters? It's like, we love mentally ill characters until they start showing signs of mental illness, in which case, it's a sign that they're evil, actually. I don't know, man, like, it's tough to find a balance. In all of this talk that I'm doing about NPD and stigma and about not only pointing at negative traits of mental illness when talking about our cartoon discourse, I still don't know where exactly we need to draw the lines to avoid either woobifying and infantilizing a character with trauma or demonizing and vilifying them. All I know is that again and again in 2015 and often today in the fandom renaissance, wherever that line is, it's being ignored in our cartoon discourse. Like, in a lot of the fandoms theorizing about Ford and mental illness and cluster B disorders and paranoia, these things are indicated as negative traits of the character, or as reasons to hate them, or reasons to fear them, or reasons to expect no compassion for them, or reasons where they just can't help it because that's just what they're like. But where does that leave real people with mental illnesses and cluster B conditions? Where does it leave people with NPD, with autism, with depression and anxiety and paranoia and PTSD? What grace do we have when our mental illnesses are being leveraged in the fandom wars? Even if you're saying that Ford being mean to Fiddleford or Stan being mean to Dipper, if you're saying that these things are more okay because Stan and Ford are sad and mentally ill and traumatized, what does it mean? Does it mean that there's a point where I'm sad and mentally ill and traumatized enough to get away with mistreating someone? Is there a point when I'm sad and traumatized and mentally ill enough that I'm a lost cause? Where I'm a poison to the people around me and there's no treatment? There's no helping it? Oops, all shittiness? Is there a point when I'm no longer lovable? And I think that in trying to diagnose evil, we greatly underestimate someone's ability to do thoughtless, hurtful things all on their own, whether they have a mental illness or not. Don't blame my personality disorder for everything bad I've ever done. It really belittles all the hard work I've put into ruining my own goddamn life. Just as I've seen it happen again and again, that characters' misdeeds are described as symptoms of mental illness and nothing more, I very often see fans of Stan and Ford alike try to justify every bad thing they've done by emphasizing how sad they were when they were doing it. Not all of Stan and Ford's actions are caused by trauma or even related to it. Like, did Ford dig up indigenous artifacts because of his childhood bullying? Did he kick the leprechaun because he was raised in a poor family? Did Stan try to burn little Gideon because of his PTSD and because of his experiences as a homeless person? Did he abandon Lazy Susan on their date because of some deep-seated hidden experience with a woman with a lazy eye? Because a woman with a lazy eye killed my grandma, okay? It just, isn't the case here. The connections aren't connecting. And even if they did, even if every single thing that a character did that you didn't like was caused because of some trauma they had, because they were really sad about it, is that something that you want? Like, do you want it to be, oh, they did a bad thing, but they just couldn't help it? Because that's not even good writing. That's boring. It's how we end up with arcs like basically everything that happened in the new Netflix Avatar series. Like, look what they did to Zuko and Aang and Sokka. Sokka's not allowed to be a misogynist. No. That's problematic. He needs to begin without that flaw. We need to ignore the fact that he actually grows out of it by the end of the series. And Zuko? No, he can't be the one who burns down Kyoshi Island. That's problematic, and we want him to be a good guy at the end. Let's just have Zhao do it. And then there's Aang. Oh my god, Aang, who is partially defined by having run away from his duties as a child. No, we can't have him even struggle with that. He didn't run away. He just jumped on Appa and went to go get some M&Ms from Dollar Tree for a bit. He just went to clear his head. He had no intention of ever leaving on purpose, because even in this way, we can't have our characters have any conflict. Why did they cut out Aang running away? Why did they cut out Zuko actually burning down Kyoshi Island? Why did they cut out Sokka being a misogynist? To prevent Twitter discourse? Outright refusal to make non-villainous characters messy or just do bad things sometimes, is making media worse, honestly. Like, it's really impacted, I believe, our ability to see nuance in someone with flaws, and our ability to consume media with flawed characters. Because we feel the need to distance ourselves from problematic actions, even problematic actions committed by fictional men. And so we rely on mental illness, a famously complicated thing, to simplify and justify why our favorite characters do mean or bad things. And oftentimes, it makes the story worse. A character who only ever makes mistakes or has any bite to them because of trauma or because they're really sad isn't a character, it's a sad puppy. And a sad puppy is very cute and very hard to hate, but it doesn't mean that a sad puppy makes for compelling media that we love. I don't think I want a character whose only motivation for any kind of misstep is rooted in their own trauma and mental illness. Not just because it implies that trauma and mental illness turns otherwise flawless people into morally bankrupt ones, which is a dangerous misconception that I think we fall into a lot of times in fandom spaces, but also because it's just less interesting. I want my fictional men like I like my bedroom. Messy as hell. At the end of the day, it is true that Ford wrote in the journal, maybe he can prove his worth to me. And maybe he even felt that, you know? Like, at the end of the day, that, you know, my least favorite thing that Ford has ever written, it's a part of him. It's a part of that character, and it's a part of his canon, and maybe I can hand wave it as a symptom of mental illness, or a symptom of trauma, or the fact that he was going through a really, really, really bad time, and was just maybe venting. Like, I can pretend that he didn't feel that when he wrote it. But I also think it's more interesting if he did feel it. If that anger was still in there after all those years. Because doesn't that do more for his character than just chalking it up to the circumstances that he existed within? And if you're wondering, well, doesn't that contradict all the notes in the margins? Doesn't it contradict the fact that he obviously cared about Stan, that he obviously missed him, that he even writes down at some point that he does miss him, and that he carried that photograph with him for 30 years? No. I think that Ford writing this about Stan means that Ford keeping the photograph means that much more. We have this aversion to humanizing and sympathizing with people who do terrible things. Like, we hear it all the time. Don't try to humanize abusers. Don't try to humanize manipulators. But, like, abusers and manipulators are human beings. We're also human. We're all capable of doing shitty stuff. I say all this to mean that I think when people on the internet look at fictional characters, or hell, when they look at other people, and they see the hurtful things that they do as uniquely evil and uniquely irredeemable, and they put up this layer of separation between this is what makes this person a bad person as opposed to a good person like me who would not do this, I think that in introducing these degrees of distinction, they fail to recognize their own potential to be thoughtless or hurtful or mean. This is an act of an abuser. This is an act of a monster. This is an act of a narcissist. Sure, Jan. I'm sure you've never been dismissive of someone else's anxiety. I'm sure you've never written something mean about your sibling in your diary. I'm sure you've never been angry. You would never do anything wrong. You're a good person. Except everyone can do it. Everyone is capable of it. And the only way to hold yourself accountable and to ensure that you don't hurt other people is to acknowledge that everyone is capable of it. And not only whatever type of person comes to mind that you categorize as innately evil. It doesn't mean it's okay when someone does it, but there has to be a way to discuss the way that environments, mental illnesses, circumstances, etc. make people more susceptible to doing shit like this, without acting like people have no agency and can't make choices. I mean, Gordy was traumatized, and to my knowledge, he's never mistreated his friends or done anything wrong. On Tumblr in 2015 and 2016, the conversation wasn't limited to whether or not Ford was an abuser. It was also whether or not you, the person on the screen, cared about abuse victims, whether or not you cared about autistic representation, whether or not you believed the correct things about mental illness. All this based on whether or not they liked or disliked the amalgamation of pixels that is my baby girl. There was no room for nuance in the Tumblr proxy purism wars. You knew how someone felt about Stanford Pines, and as such, you knew how they felt about every issue you associated with Stanford Pines. And in the end, you have a lot of people accusing one another of being horrible human beings, and at least one YouTuber with chronic anxiety. We feel like our opinions on fictional characters are reflections of ourselves. If this is bad, it must be morally bad, and it must be morally wrong to like a character doing it. We let this need for purity trickle into our 2015 old man discourse.
Ford, and any fictional character, doesn't need to be a bastion of only good and pure thoughts for people to love his story. I don't think he's terrible, but even if I did, it would still be okay to resonate with him. Fictional characters don't need to be moral all the time for you to be allowed to like them. Just like you don't need to make an argument that they're morally wrong for you to hate them. You can just hate him. After spending 6 months editing this video, I hate Ford too. Probably more than anyone.
It's so weird that this treatment wasn't always extended to other characters though. Like, Stan did not have this kind of treatment levied against him. I want to be clear. I meant it when I said I won't make this a hit piece against Stan just to defend Ford. Like, it won't. Stan's been through enough. But as an exercise, let's try this with Stan. Let's see what it looks like when we talk about Stan the way we talk about Ford. Oh, he watches baby fights? You mean he gets his sick kicks from watching children fight one another? He was a con artist? Don't you know that some of the biggest victims of cons are the elderly? Why don't you care about the elderly?
Isn't it kind of possessive that he wants Ford to stick around and be his friend instead of going to college? I don't know. It seems kind of abusive to me.
He spends all of summer lean trying to terrify 2 children to give them trauma on purpose? What is he, a sociopath? A narcissist? A narcissist sociopath? Oh no! You guys don't say this shit about Stan. You guys like Stan. He's likable. You know, maybe that's why I like Ford so much. Maybe it isn't the mental illness, maybe it isn't about relating to his personality or his upbringing or his drive or his ambition. Maybe it's because I've never been the likable one. I mean, I'm likable enough on YouTube. Speaking of which, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. But this is a script. A script that I've spent over a year editing and adjusting. I take multiple takes of every line. I take multiple takes of every line. I take multiple takes of every line. And even outside of YouTube, any likability I have now comes from years and years of masking and learning and changing. I've had to change myself a lot to fit into the spaces that I'm in, socially and professionally. Say what you want about Ford, but most people in 2015 didn't like him. And likability, something completely disconnected from morality, does more for your perception of morality than you might think. Sometimes, charisma is a fantasy power. Okay, so I've accepted that Ford's done a lot of mistakes, but does that mean that he deserved this?
Oh, hell no. I mean, I still don't know what Alex was going on about there. That's his brother. No one deserves to lose their brother.
Yeah, oh my god, I don't get it.
I'm just making a larger point about how avoiding the most difficult to justify actions of characters that we love and then applying a blanket justification does us a disservice when it comes to explaining why we love them, and how nuance is required when we're adding mental illness to the equation. And that nuance is not always present on Twitter today or in old discourse on Tumblr.
Speaking of Tumblr, did you read the thing about that one person's dad and the rabid raccoons in the shed?
Yeah, oh my god. You know who that guy's dad reminded me of? Caillou.
That narcissist? I can see that. You know, the worst part of the idea that Ford is a bad person, that he's purposefully malicious, that he fundamentally thinks that everyone around him is stupid or less worthy than he is of happiness, is that it makes Gravity Falls a fundamentally different and, in my opinion, a fundamentally worse series. Like, if you're someone who thinks that Ford is a genuinely bad, horrible, terrible person, then the Gravity Falls that you experienced is different than the one that I experienced, and I think you might have missed out. Because the Gravity Falls that you watched includes a man who is mean-spirited, who is purposefully cruel to children, or at least apathetic to their suffering, and who truly believes that his brother is a worthless leech. And that version of Gravity Falls ends with that man going on a boat with his brother and having the adventure of a lifetime? And you think that that's a satisfactory ending? That version of Ford sucks, and you left him alone in the ocean with Stan. Stan, watch out! He has a cluster B disorder and a gun! Oh no! I mean, looking at the things that Ford does canonically do, the fandom's mean-spirited interpretation of Ford isn't even evil enough to be a fun villain. He's kind of tame. You're telling me Ford has access to a mind-control tie and a memory gun, and he's just controlling those around him and manipulating them by being passive-aggressive? He's a raging manipulator, and this is the worst that he does? Is he playing on hard mode? It's kind of boring, I don't know. If he really is evil, I wish he'd lean in, spice things up a bit. The truth of the matter is, I don't think I'd like a version of the show where Ford is supposed to be evil and a villain any more than I'd like a hypothetical version of the show where he only ever does mean things because he's really sad and really traumatized and he can't help it, ooh woo. I don't find either of these options compelling. You know what I do find compelling? Sometimes genuinely good people just do shitty things. Sometimes they are thoughtless, sometimes they are inconsiderate, sometimes they are selfish, and sometimes they're so tunnel visioned that they don't even realize they've done it. But sometimes they change. Or at least, sometimes they try. You know, the first person to bring up the story of Icarus in Gravity Falls is not actually Ford, but McGucket. Ford and McGucket have stood up way too late. They've been working on the portal calculations for hours, and Ford feels himself getting exhausted, but he's willing himself to keep working. McGucket says it's his time to turn in, and before he leaves the lab, he tells Ford, "Don't forget what happened to Icarus." McGucket brings up the Icarus metaphor, but it's notable that he doesn't know about Bill, or Triangle Danny, as he calls him on the website. When he says this to Ford, he sees a man losing sleep to meet a self-imposed deadline. He sees a friend who is at danger of burning out and losing his wings. And Ford, who of course is being spurred on by Bill, who is being encouraged to make this portal because he wants to prove everyone wrong about himself. He says, Icarus just didn't flap hard enough. Fucking iconic, honestly. This is Ford in the midst of an all-nighter, desperate to keep the grant money from his benefactors, and driven by the spite that it takes to prove people wrong about him. But spite is a dirty fuel. It burns hot, but it burns fast, and it often leaves a mess behind. And it is this night that Ford trusts Bill, that he shakes his hand, that he calls him a friend, that he hands over his body. He believes Bill because Bill validates the worst instincts in Ford. Bill sees that spite. He sees the way that it fuels Ford. He sees how badly Ford needs this, and he tells Ford what Ford needs to hear. Not only that everyone who hurt him was wrong, but that Ford has worth. In fact, Ford is special. He spurs on the belief in Ford that not only is Ford correct, that nobody will ever recognize that Ford has value unless he reaches this pinnacle of science, but that Bill is the only one who can get him there. There's a lot to say about how Bill's lies, Bill's manipulation, Bill's calculated compliments and his needling and his threats of abandonment pushed Ford to drive himself deeper and deeper into this hole, push himself more into Bill's clutches, and to ultimately flap as hard as he could. But the thing about Icarus is that Icarus brought it upon himself. Icarus didn't exist in a society that convinced him that the only way he would be truly free of the tower is if he flew as high as he could. He did not have a voice telling him to fly closer and closer to the sun, not the same way that Ford literally had a devil preying on him and whispering in his ear. I know a few people who hate the Icarus metaphor in Gravity Falls for that reason, who say that it doesn't even apply. I do think that the metaphor holds to some extent. It is partly Ford's drive and ambition that led him to such dark depths, to such desperation that he would summon a demon in the first place. But at the end of the day, how closely it resembles the Icarus metaphor isn't what matters to me. The most interesting thing about the Icarus allegory in Gravity Falls isn't necessarily that it applies, but that Ford thinks it does. When his dreams are melting away like hot wax, when he finds himself at rock bottom, what does he write among the blood and the paranoid scribbles? F was right. If Icarus could see me now. Having this drive, having this single-minded determination and tunnel vision, wanting so desperately to make something of himself in a world that tells him that if he can't achieve normalcy and ordinary, then extraordinary will have to do, and not trusting other people on the way to do that? These are not malicious, evil, moral failings. These are mistakes. And above all else, these are symptoms. Symptoms of a man's breaking point in the pursuit of a greatness that he is desperate for. Mistakes like these are what it means to be human. But almost ending the world, falling for the lies that steered him in the wrong direction, these aren't symptoms of anything. These are the direct result of falling for a con that Ford blames himself for believing until the very end. Ford did not fall because he flew too close to the sun. Ford fell because he flew too close to Bill Cipher, the center of his life, the sun in his galaxy. And Bill burned him. Bill saw that desperation and he pulled him higher and higher. And then, when Ford didn't blindly follow him and turn on the portal, Bill clipped his wings and dashed him on the rocks. And now, years later, even with the help and support of his family, when Ford looks back at his mistakes at the end of Journal 3, he doesn't see a victim. He sees an Icarus metaphor. And that, to me, is the real tragedy. Fuck! Guys, wax isn't a good... It's not a good... Don't make things out of wax. Fuck! God, I hate this man.